pass into, and there are less turnovers going into him. One of the guys who's done a really good job of feeding the post the last couple games is Brady Manick. And you think of that as kind of an odd pair for a guy that's really led the charge in assisting to Armando. But Brady Manick knows the value of having Armando on the court. He knows the value of a guy his size, and he's putting it in his hands.
Eric, last thing, and we talk about the numbers here, and Armando Bacot might be about the only guy not a threat to shoot the three for Carolina. But here we are this deep into the season. Carolina as a team is shooting 40% from beyond the arc, and any one player, wherever they play on the floor, would love to shoot that percentage. I asked you if Miami could continue to win while putting up the defensive numbers that they have. Can Carolina continue to put up these three-point shooting numbers for another half of the season?
Well, I think the great thing about this Carolina team is that we knew going in that they had a lot of offensive potential. We knew going in that they had the opportunity with the number of shooters to really find kind of their rhythm and to be in sync with one another. But when you look across the backcourt and you look at RJ and you look at Caleb and you look at what Brady Manick has brought to the table, and, we're not getting a lot right now in the way of shooting out of Garcia and Kerwin Walton. And so you add those guys into the mix, and you find that you have some really, really good opportunity. What does that do? As we've talked about, it diffuses the defense from any one player. Kerwin Walton was certainly an example of a guy who really was focused on last year almost solely as the consistent perimeter threat, even with RJ and Caleb on the court. And so I think this year it's just that no one feels the pressure to always be the guy night in and night out from perimeter shooting. And then if one does get started, then the others can pile on. And right now this team has done a nice job of focusing on what they do well.
That's Eric Montross. And, big fella, I'm not going to say that you would help Carolina's three-point shooting percentage if you still had eligibility, but I know that you definitely wouldn't hurt it.
I wouldn't hurt it because I wouldn't be shooting them.
If anything, you would draw all the attention right in front of the rim to give your teammates a much better crack from 22 feet.
Dave, I appreciate that. You're obviously a high-level coach, and appreciate your assessment. And I really look forward to talking with you later as you continue to give off these wonderful wisdom-filled gems.
Yes, high level, I don't know. Undefeated, that's a fact. That's Eric Montross joining us from South Florida here on Countdown to Tip-Off. Dave Nathan on the other end of the microphone here in our Tar Heel Sports Network studios, and we've got a lot more to get to, starting with Hubert Davis when we come back after this. It's the Tar Heels and Miami Hurricanes tonight from Coral Gables from Learfield.
Welcome back, Tar Heels. As North Carolina goes back to school, work, and play, let Jani King ensure your facility is properly clean and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Jani King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to JaniKingRDU.com. Jani King, the king of clean.
When you're getting ready for the big game, make sure you have plenty of Hampton Farms peanuts on hand. Hampton Farms is based in North Carolina, just like the Tar Heels, and they specialize in producing only the highest quality, fresh roasted, in-the-shell peanuts and snacks. In addition, peanuts are one of the healthiest snacks around. They are naturally low in carbs and high in protein. So before the next game, head to your favorite store's produce department and grab a bag of Hampton Farms in-the-shell peanuts, the official peanuts of the Tar Heels.
It's bow time. Tick, tick, boom. Like a powdered keg in your mouth. Southbound, scratch made. Not in a microwave oven, but an oven. Biscuits baked 49 steps fluffy. Chicken marinated 12 hours bold. Iced tea steeped 12 minutes lazy as a porch swing. Now you're talking sweet, easy Southern style. Because when it comes to down-home cooking, it's not our first rodeo. Feed the whole family with a Big Bow Box Supremes meal. It's bow time.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Dave Nathan settling in for a night of Carolina basketball here on the Tar Heels Sports Network. It's the Tar Heels and Miami Hurricanes tonight at 7 from Coral Gables. The Reed's Jewelers pregame show right around the corner at 6. Eric Montross just joined us to get things started on Countdown to Tip-Off, and we've got a lot more to get to, including a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard with what's on tap tonight in the ACC and Top 25. But first things first, let's go to the head coach of Carolina, Hubert Davis. Spoke to the media yesterday on the ACC basketball coaches teleconference. And again, Miami right at the top of the pile in the ACC at 5-1. The question to Coach Davis is, how in the world do you defend this bunch?
Well, the problems are is they've got some guys that are dynamic and talented enough to be able to create offense anytime that they want to, whether it's for themselves or for their teammates. And just their ability, they can shoot the ball, but their ability one-on-one off the bounce to be able to attack and get to the basket is really good. And so, for us from a defensive standpoint, one of the things that we've talked about is how important it is to be able to guard your guy and taking pride in being able to defend your guy without help, but also putting ourselves in positions, where we can help to protect the paint. In our losses against Purdue and Tennessee and Kentucky, we had really struggled against dynamic guards at protecting the paint. And so that's something that we've talked about. That'll be an emphasis against Miami that, we've got to do a good job of keeping them away from attacking the basket consistently, whether it's in transition or the half court, and also keeping them off the free throw line. And so from a defensive standpoint, we know what we have to do. We just have to be able to do it against a really, really good and quality opponent.
That's Hubert Davis speaking on Miami yesterday on the ACC basketball coaches teleconference. And these comments come courtesy of our friends at Marathon. Whether you're in the stands waiting for the Tar Heels to tip off or faithfully tuning in as you hit the road, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance, because you never know where life is going to take you. So Coach Davis just talked a lot about defending Miami. Something that his team hasn't done a lot of, or really any of this year, is play zone. He answers that and discusses if that might be in the plans at some point.
It's something that throughout the season that it might happen, and you're right, from a defensive standpoint, I like to change defenses. I like to change looks, and that's something that we're going to have to do against Miami. You just cannot give them a steady diet throughout the entire game, because they get comfortable. They understand, where the spots are to attack. And so you have to give them different looks throughout the game to be able to even have a chance from a defensive standpoint to be successful. And so those are things that we will do against Miami, but those are things that we're continuing to do against other teams as well. And that's what I believe in. It's very difficult to defend anybody if you allow them to run their offense like they do in shoot around. And that's something that we're going to try to not let Miami do. And moving forward, whoever we play, try to stop them from doing the same as well.
That's Coach Davis on whether or not his team will play any zone, and time will tell if that's the case tonight for Carolina or even later on this year. Carolina fans, this basketball season, you can come try made-to-order burgers, pulled pork barbecue, and more from Backyard Bistro. You can find them in the Smith Center concession area. It's hellaciously good. The Tar Heels are really taking some time away from the Smith Center here in the latter stages of January with tonight's game at Miami, Saturday's game in Winston-Salem at Joel Coliseum at Wake Forest. Carolina doesn't head back to the friendly confines until the 24th. That's a week from yesterday when Virginia Tech comes to town. That game is being made up from late December when it was postponed. Carolina back on the home floor a week from tomorrow against Boston College at 7 o'clock, and then wraps up the month against State in the Smith Center on Saturday. You might remember that the Louisville game, which was originally scheduled for the 31st, has been moved to February 1st, and so it is a wild gauntlet of games that the Tar Heels have coming up with just really less than a couple of weeks left to go here in the month of January. All right, one last clip here from Coach Davis. Brady Manick, he'll be reunited with his old teammate Cam Auguste tonight, one of Miami's best players. But you get the sense that Coach Davis really enjoys being around Brady Manick if you listen to what he has to say right here.
I saw, at the time that I took the job, you just, look at guys available in terms of, the transfer portal. And I actually was looking at an article where it had the top 20 transfers still available, and he was on there. And we have this thing called Synergy, and I looked him up and looked at the highlights, and I was instantly impressed in somebody that exactly what I thought this team needed and what I was looking for as a head coach. And so I immediately contacted him and called him, and I'm so glad that Brady decided to come to Carolina. Obviously spent 4 years at Oklahoma, but, a lot of people don't know, like, he grew up in Oklahoma. This is the first time that he's ever lived anywhere outside of the state of Oklahoma. So for him to take a chance on this program and to be able to make the impact that he has made, I've said this to a number of people. The only bad thing about coaching Brady is that I only get to coach him 1 year. I just wish that I could coach him more years. And to say my first year as head coach that I have a player and a person like Brady to be around every day, that's a pretty cool deal. And I'm very thankful that he decided to come to Carolina.
That's Carolina basketball coach Hubert Davis speaking on Brady Manick, who has played some good ball so far for the Tar Heels with his last year of eligibility. Again, moving from Oklahoma to Chapel Hill, Brady Manick has been a big-time addition to the Carolina basketball program. Time to take another break, but when we come back, a full and complete look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, some ACC action tonight, plenty to get to in the top 25, and your up-to-the-minute ACC standings. Here's a quick hint, both teams playing tonight right at the top of the pile. So we'll come back and do that when we return. Countdown to tip-off from Learfield.
It's bow time. Tick, tick, boom. Like a powder keg in your mouth. Southbound, scratch made. Not in a microwave oven, but an oven. Biscuits baked 49 steps fluffy. Chicken marinated 12 hours bold. Iced tea steeped 12 minutes lazy as a porch swing. Now you're talking sweet, easy Southern style. Because when it comes to down-home cooking, it's not our first rodeo. Feed the whole family with a Big Bow Box Supremes meal. It's bow time.
Welcome back, Tar Heels. As North Carolina goes back to school, work, and play, let Janet King ensure your facility is properly clean and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janet King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to JanetKingRDU.com. Janet King, the king of clean.
When you're getting ready for the big game, make sure you have plenty of Hampton Farms peanuts on hand. Hampton Farms is based in North Carolina, just like the Tar Heels, and they specialize in producing only the highest quality, fresh roasted, in-the-shell peanuts and snacks. In addition, peanuts are one of the healthiest snacks around. They are naturally low in carbs and high in protein. So before the next game, head to your favorite store's produce department and grab a bag of Hampton Farms in-the-shell peanuts, the official peanuts of the Tar Heels.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines at Smith's Drugs of Forest City. There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to Countdown to Tip-Off here on a Tuesday night. The Tar Heels are in South Florida, preparing to take on the Miami Hurricanes. We'll run through the rest of the upcoming matchups tonight, both in the ACC and Top 25. But before that, Anthony Harris missed the last game Carolina played for unspecified reasons, and again is unavailable to play tonight at Miami. If there was more that I could give you, I'd do my best. But the release that was just put out a few minutes ago reads as follows. North Carolina sophomore guard Anthony Harris is unavailable to play tonight at Miami. And that is that. All right, so as far as the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard goes, I think we can get a little more in-depth into what's going to unfold here tonight, because in addition to our game, with the Tar Heels and Canes tipping off at 7, Duke goes to Florida State at 9, and Syracuse hosts Clemson also at 9. And, gosh, 4 of these teams are sitting in the top 4 of the ACC. Miami atop the pile at 5-1, Carolina and Duke both 4-1, Florida State sitting in the 4th spot, tied with Notre Dame at 4-2. So there could be a big-time shakeup in the top of the ACC standings at the end of tonight. Other teams that are coming in here in the ACC standings: Louisville, Wake Forest, Virginia, all 4-3. The Tar Heels have already beaten Virginia, have a date with Wake Forest later on this week, and then head to Louisville on the 1st of February. So we'll see if some of these middle-tier teams have a chance to shoot up the standings or not. As far as the teams that are below 500, there's a few of them. Boston College is 2-3. Syracuse, Clemson, Pittsburgh, all 2-4. NC State 2-5. Virginia Tech 1-4. And Georgia Tech, who the Tar Heels have already beaten twice this year, sit at the bottom of the poll, or at least in the standings, at 1-5. As far as what's going to unfold here tonight, inside the top 25, let's get to it. There's already one game in progress. That's Baylor and West Virginia. The 5th-ranked Bears, 15-2, lead the West Virginia Mountaineers 37-33. That game is at the half. At 7 o'clock, number 7 Kansas goes to Oklahoma. Later at 9, it's number 8 Wisconsin at Northwestern. Houston, ranked number 10 in this week's poll, hosts South Florida at 8 o'clock. Again, later at 9 from Big 12 country, number 15 Iowa State is on the road at number 18 Texas Tech. 19th ranked Ohio State takes on IUPUI in Columbus at 7. Loyola Chicago, ranked number 22, is at Evansville. That's an 8 o'clock tip-off. Number 23 Texas hosts Kansas State at 8:30. Tennessee, ranked number 24 in this week's poll, not too far from home in Nashville to take on Vanderbilt at 9 o'clock. And the final game in the top 25 tips off at 7 between Butler and number 25, UConn. So there is your full and complete look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Our featured game tonight, Carolina and Miami, two of the best teams in the ACC. The Tar Heels enter play at 12-4 and 4-1 in the league. Like we said, Miami sitting at 13-4 and 5-1 in the league. The Canes just had their 9-game winning streak snapped by Florida State, a team that's just had the Canes number over the last several games. I think it's 8 wins in a row now for Florida State over Miami. So that's the way that some of these series and some of these rivalries go. Of course, you don't need to hear it from me that the Tar Heels have gotten the better of Miami over the course of time in this series. Carolina 26-8 all-time against the Hurricanes, including a 19-7 mark against Miami since the Canes joined the ACC prior to the 2004-2005 season. And maybe most impressively, Carolina's won 10 out of 13 on the road against the Canes, including 8 out of 11 in the Watsco Center, which is the site of tonight's matchup. So we'll see how this one goes as we're just over an hour away from the tip. We've got just a few minutes before the top of the hour and the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, which takes over the airwaves next. Our thanks to Eric Montross, Hubert Davis, and you for your listenership and participation. I'm Dave Nathan saying so long and farewell for now. We're back right around the corner with the Reed's Jewelers pregame show right after this from Learfield.
Welcome back, Tar Heels. As North Carolina goes back to school, work, and play, let Janet King ensure your facility is properly clean and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janet King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to JanetKingRDU.com. Janet King, the king of clean.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12.
Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Tanya Novakowski of Rose Hill Magnolia Elementary School in Rose Hill. Her project, Farming with Worms, is sponsored by 4 County Electric Membership Cooperation based in Burgos.
If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
Harris Teeter is partnered with UNC, NC State, Wake Forest, and Duke to bring you the Big Four Grocery Assist Sweepstakes. Each week a contestant is chosen, and they win $5 in free groceries for every assist by a Big Four school that week. Plus, one grand prize winner will be selected for the Big Four VIP shoot-around prize package. Invite up to 20 friends and family for a private scrimmage at the Big Four school of your choice. Visit HarrisTeeter.com and look for the Grocery Assist Sweepstakes section to enter. Harris Teeter, where Tar Heel fans love to shop.
Hey, Carolina fans, are you a diehard Tar Heel looking to show your support from home this year? Join the Rams Club and make an impact on the Carolina student athletes you cheer for on the field, on the court, or in competition. Rams Club memberships start at $25 and are for Tar Heels of all ages. You can join the fun by visiting ramsclub.com/join. Go Heels!
It's bow time. Tick, tick, boom. Like a powdered keg in your mouth. Southbound, scratch made. Not in a microwave oven, but an oven. Biscuits baked 49 steps fluffy. Chicken marinated 12 hours bold. Iced tea steeped 12 minutes lazy as a porch swing. Now you're talking sweet, easy Southern style. Because when it comes to down-home cooking, it's not our first rodeo. Feed the whole family with a Big Bow Box Supremes meal. It's bow time.
Carolina's on the road.
Oh, my God. It's a three-pointer. Carolina wins it. The Tar Heels win it.
The following is a presentation of the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Home sweet home. That has certainly been true for the Tar Heels this season, as Carolina is 9-0 in Chapel Hill with some impressive performances, most recently against Georgia Tech this past Saturday. On the road, well, that has been more of a mixed bag. The Heels do own 3 road wins, including 2 in conference play, but have also had some major stumbles away from the Smith Center. This week, we'll present a challenge in that regard for the Tar Heels with back-to-back conference road games against teams in the upper half of the league. And that challenge starts tonight in Coral Gables against Miami. The Tar Heels Sports Network's coverage of the 35th meeting between Carolina and Miami starts right now.
The foundation is set here at Carolina.
In dominant fashion tonight in the Smith Center.
And the way that we will play
goes back up and scores.
Will be the Carolina way.
Here comes Carolina. Quick free. Got it! Walton, right corner. Free. Nothing but net. RJ from the right wing. Heels up 11. Love finds Baycott at the free throw line. Goes right down the lane. Gets the scoop and the home. Black out to Love for 3. Yes! Caleb, the triple. Davis one-on-one with Couture is going to go up, get the bucket, and draw the foul. Hey there, young fella. What a tough pass to Love. His scoop shot won't go, but there's Baycott to clean it up. Behind the back dribble, and he'll take it himself. Has his shot pinned against the glass. Back to Caleb for the tomahawk. Hello.
The Tar Heels
There's the horn, and Carolina sweeps the regular season series.
are here.
Let's go.
This is Dave Nathan. Carolina's been clicking at home this year, but can the Heels put together a complete performance on the road tonight at Miami? Jones Ains will have the call of this evening's contest.
Dave, with his team's recent high-quality play, Hubert Davis said this week he can see how good a fully formed version of this Tar Heel team can be. Well, the Heels try and take another step toward that end goal on the road tonight against Miami. Eric Montross, former All-America center for Carolina and a member of the 1993 National Championship team.
The past 2 games for Carolina have been full of positives. Defense and offense have looked in sync, and the resulting play has been fun to watch. Tonight in Miami, the Tar Heels will test their improved play against a team that runs a 5-out spread offense with shooters, drivers, and passers that love to take advantage of a backdoor cut. You may recall Chris Likes, the Hurricane point guard who wreaked havoc on the Tar Heels. Well, upon his transfer to Arkansas, there was a sigh of relief. That is until Charlie Moore transferred in as his replacement. His shooting range stretches defense and complements Larniega's perimeter-based offense. A win this evening against the league's first-place team would reinforce Carolina's improvement, but it will require a top-notch performance by the Tar Heels.
We've got all those storylines on the Reed Jewelers pregame show. Plus, Charlton Warren discusses his return to the Carolina football program. We'll bring you interviews with head coaches Hubert Davis and Jim Larniega. Eric Montross and Adam Lucas answer your questions about the Tar Heels. And we'll check on scores from around the country, too. All of that and more is coming up as we count you down to tip-off between the Tar Heels and Hurricanes from the Watsco Center in Coral Gables. This is Carolina basketball from Lear Field.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Sports Network from Learfield.
Together, let's celebrate the big occasions and the little moments, the firsts and forevers. Let's celebrate others and celebrate ourselves, because every milestone matters, and we promise to be with you for every one of them. Shop Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com to find the perfect gift to celebrate your life's moments. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments.
It's bow time. Tick, tick, boom. Like a powder keg in your mouth. Southbound, scratch made. Not in a microwave oven, but an oven. Biscuits baked 49 steps fluffy. Chicken marinated 12 hours bold. Iced tea steeped 12 minutes lazy as a porch swing. Now you're talking sweet, easy Southern style. Because when it comes to down-home cooking, it's not our first rodeo. Feed the whole family with a big bow box Supreme's meal. It's bow time.
Hey, psst. Yeah, you. You want to buy some low-priced groceries? Just follow me into this well-lit Lidl grocery store. Here at Lidl, we buy in bulk and cut down on costs wherever possible. Then we pass the savings on to you. Trust me, everything's done totally legit and above board. Nothing to be worried about. Yep, Lidl's pretty great. It's just your run-of-the-mill grocery store, except with way lower prices. Lidl. Suspiciously low-priced groceries.
This is Carolina basketball on the Tar Heels Sports Network. We're on the road with Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Inside or outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas. Carolina basketball is brought to you by Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Another impressive win over the weekend, crushing Georgia Tech 88-65. And that win puts the Tar Heels at 12-4 overall and 4-1 in the ACC. It also means the team is a perfect 9-0 at home this season. But tonight's game is away from the Smith Center, where, Jones, you said earlier, the Tar Heels are just 3-7, albeit against some pretty good competition. 3-4 in 7 games. So we'll see, again, another good team tonight in Miami, and if Carolina can get a huge ACC road win.
Yeah, Tar Heels have had some nice true road victories. I think Boston College is better than the Tar Heels made them look in that particular game. BC had a nice win this past weekend on the road at Clemson. Difficult environment at College of Charleston that Carolina was able to navigate through and win. We know Atlanta's been a difficult spot for the Heels, and they were able to win there and had a good chance to win the Notre Dame game. Having said all of that, Eric, I think this is probably the best team, at least as far as the actual makeup of the team and how it is playing right now, that the Tar Heels have seen in a true road contest. Now, they've also been on neutral floors against some really good teams in Purdue and Kentucky and Tennessee and haven't found much success, although certainly it feels like Carolina's probably playing a little better right now than it was at the time of those matchups. And it is, all of those words are to say, Eric, Carolina has shown the capability of being a very good team. Most of the time when they've shown that, it has been at home. They understand that needs to travel, and they've got an excellent opportunity to prove that this evening against a good Miami team.
Yeah, Jones, I think that there's a lot about this Carolina team that because we're now midway through the season, they've kind of gotten some of the rust out from the early games and that lack of being able to build off of a game because they would fall back into old habits. And so now, I don't know how many practices they've had in total, but I think that at this point you feel like if you're going to learn something, it may not be completely polished, but it should at least be there, and it should be something that you can use and draw off of. This team has got to be able to defend the perimeter tonight against this Miami team. They have to be able to stop the drive. They've got to talk on defense with the number of man and ball interchanges and the backdoor cuts. And really, it's not just about those individual plays. It's about what happens if you do fail in that, because what happens is you put so much pressure on Baycott or Manick or Garcia on the backside as help, and you don't want to get those guys in foul trouble, because that's one of your major assets that you have in the game tonight, is what your front court can do against this Miami team.
Whether you're a Tar Heels fan or a weekend warrior, neck, back, and knee pain can affect us both on and off the court. You can see the pain experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy or online at breakthrough-pt.com. Proud partner of UNC Athletics and keeping fans in the game. Jones, a double-edged Breakthrough Therapy injury report tonight. So good to see Puff Johnson back on the floor in Carolina's last game against Georgia Tech, but for a second consecutive game, Anthony Harris won't play tonight.
Yeah, Puff Johnson out going through warm-ups right now with his Tar Heel teammates, and as you referenced, Dave, good to see him healthy and available, and certainly someone who has the capability of helping this team at good size, 6'8", good rebounder, can shoot the basketball. You know, how much time is he going to see? Who knows? How much has he earned in practice? All that will be hashed out over the next several weeks, of course. And Anthony Harris, not even here in Coral Gables with the Tar Heels, so still unavailable and will not play tonight. Again, did not even make the trip. Also worth noting, Armando Baycott, Dave, has a heavy wrap around his right thumb. It has been told to us just thumb soreness. No official diagnosis, nothing that the Tar Heels are particularly long-term concerned about, at least as of right now, but is experiencing some soreness in that right thumb. It occurred sometime during the Georgia Tech game, was bothering some after the game, so he is expected to go today, but does have a heavy wrap on that right thumb as he's been going through pregame warm-ups.
Carolina and Miami coming away at the top of the hour. Right now it's the Reed Jewelers pregame show, and after a quick timeout, we'll come back and break down the Tar Heels' opponent, Miami. That's coming away after this from Learfield.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
The Department of Veterans Affairs is so innovative, it not only improves the lives of veterans, it transforms the lives of healthcare professionals who serve them with access to the latest technologies and remarkable benefits. Transform your future at vacareers.va.gov.
Hi, this is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels, and this is WCAB, the most sports for the Foothills.
Hey, Carolina fans, this basketball season, you can try made-to-order burgers, pulled pork barbecue, and more from Backyard Bistro. Find them in the Smith Center concession area. It's hellaciously good. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Jones, Eric, Adam, and Ben all on the scene in Coral Gables. John Essick back at Learfield Mission Control pushing all the right buttons as Miami has been on a roll as of late, winning 9 out of its last 10. Guys, after starting the season 4-3 overall, they're atop the ACC standings right now with a 5-1 league mark, but also coming off a loss. They're 8th in a row against Florida State.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Canes in a second. Failed to mention, Dave, in our first segment, I know Tar Heel fans interested. Sean May, of course, Final Four MVP in 2005, national champion, now an assistant coach. Sean did not make the trip with the Tar Heels, so he will not be on the bench tonight for Carolina. Sean is expected to return soon to the Tar Heel bench, but is not here tonight in Coral Gables. So I failed to mention that when we were talking about the Tar Heels a little bit earlier. But to Miami, yes, the Hurricanes playing very, very well. Of course, most notably the win at Duke, 76-74. But, they also, Eric, beat a good Wake Forest team here in Coral Gables, 92-84. Came back from 18 down against Syracuse to beat the Orange here in Coral Gables. Now, they have been a little bit fortunate in that their first 4 conference games were all at home, but they just came off back-to-back road games, had that narrow victory against Duke, then a narrow defeat against Florida State. This is an old team. I think that's the number one thing. They're littered with 5th and 6th year guys. If you're an ACC fan, certainly names you know, like Isaiah Wong and Sam Wardenberg and Cameron McGusty. I mean, guys who have played a lot of basketball, both maybe sometimes at other schools and here at Miami. You mentioned Charlie Moore, the addition. This is his 4th different school, but another older player. So a veteran group, guard-dominated, that is really playing well right now and will present a challenge this evening.
Well, they play well together. I mean, individually they're good players, but collectively they're really playing well together. They move the ball efficiently. They can, and even though they've had some newcomers, Charlie Moore being one of, certainly, sometimes we see that takes a while for guys to really anticipate what the other player is doing. But I think because of their age, that's a quicker adaptation than what sometimes you see with younger players. And these players are playing well together. They're feeding off each other's strengths. They're doing some things that intuitively project on the court as a team that's been around for a long time. And I think that, Larniega is a guy that and a coach that sees something he likes and just does it. It's almost that very pro mentality of we're going to, if Chris likes feeding off of last year, if he's in a screen and roll and he scores, well, we're going to do it 60 times until you tell us that it's not going to work anymore. And so this is a team that likes back doors. They play good passers. They play good shooters. And so I think it's a fun team to watch because they're dynamic, but they're also playing at a very high level.
So Dave and Eric, this is what Miami has done well. They've really scored the basketball. They're in conference play. They are the highest scoring ACC team. Just second is Carolina. So these are the top 2 scoring teams in conference play thus far. They really do a good job both taking care of the basketball and forcing turnovers. They are number 1 in the ACC in turnover margin. They're top 25 in the nation in that category. They're only turning it over about 9.5 times a game. They are forcing the other team to give it up about 14 times per game. Some things that they don't do very well, their defensive field goal percentage numbers aren't great. They're near the bottom of the ACC in both field goal percentage defense. at 46%, where they are 14th, and they are last in the league in three-point defense, giving up the other team shooting about 37%. And, Eric, one area that'll be worth watching, and you referenced this talking about Carolina's interior strength, Miami has not rebounded very well. They are last in the conference in rebound margin. Carolina is number 1 in the conference in rebound margin, at least on paper, a spot where the Tar Heels have an advantage.
Yeah, so to elaborate on that, they're averaging 30 and a half rebounds a game, and their opponents, so they're out-rebounded every game or on average by 5.5. You don't see teams that are highly successful that typically are not a competitive rebounding team. Also, they get to the foul line, and that was the other thing we've kind of touched on, but they've shot 79 more free throws than their opponents, and they're a good shooting team. And so when you look at what this team can do for you or do against you, that's something you certainly have to be aware of, and we've talked about that and what that kind of foul trouble can do to Carolina that has a very short rotation.
So we'll see which way this one swings. Again, for as good as Miami is and as good as their players are, there are some places where the Tar Heels can take advantage. And, again, we'll find out how this one unravels later on tonight. After another timeout, Eric Montross will stay put. Adam Lucas will join us. They'll answer your Carolina questions. And Jones begins his two-part interview with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Hubert Davis, in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. That's when we return to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply.
If you want the nation's best auto insurer, look no further than North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Rated #1 in Crash Network's Insurer Report Card, we're the only insurer in the nation to receive an A+ rating from auto body shops in 2020 and 2021. Our philosophy is simple. Be fair, be quick, be the best. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12.
Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Tanya Novakowski of Rose Hill Magnolia Elementary School in Rose Hill. Her project, Farming with Worms, is sponsored by 4 County Electric Membership Cooperation based in Burgos.
If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. Private healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-497-7252. That's 800-497-7252.
WCAB. Tonight's pregame show is brought to you by Reed's Jewelers. The official Reed's Jewelers tip-off time is 7:01. Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. That's Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. We trust Eric Montross and Adam Lucas to answer some of your Carolina questions. And for more on that, Eric, Tommy Diaz wants to know about Hubert Davis and defense. He says that he talked this week about wanting to switch defenses more often. In what ways could that help the Tar Heels on that end of the floor?
Well, I think, the goal of defense is twofold. One, you'd love to be able to pick up additional possessions during the game by creating turnovers. But the other thing you want to do is you want to make your opponent uncomfortable. And whether that be in a man-to-man, whether that be in a zone, whether that be with some trapping or some full-court pressure, the goal is always just make your opponent as absolutely uncomfortable as you can, whether you're talking individually or collectively. And that's, I think, as Carolina gets better and gets better defensively, they will be able to do that more and more often, Dave.
Second question for Adam. This comes from Daniel Johnson, who writes, what's behind the lack of respect for the ACC in the national polls? Miami has a great record and has played very well, but isn't ranked.
Well, I think it's because the ACC hasn't been real consistent and didn't get a lot of signature wins in the non-conference part of the schedule. I do think we're at the point where maybe some ACC teams are going to start separating from the pack. I think Miami certainly is one of those teams. Duke is always going to be highly ranked because of who they are. Carolina, Florida State, Notre Dame, I would also put in that group as possibly able to separate. If those teams can separate from the pack and beat up all those teams in the bottom two-thirds or so, then I think you'll start to see the ACC move into some national rankings and some national consciousness just because they'll be picking up more frequent wins and not being so uneven, one up, one down, one up, one down.
Yeah, it's a good point. Duke right now, the only ACC team ranked in the top 25. And as Adam mentioned, with a lot of those teams above 500 in action tonight could go a long way to determining maybe another team or two jumping into the top 25 next week. All right, that'll close our Q&A segment, but it also begins the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire, driving confidence no matter the surface, no matter the season. For a tire dealer near you, visit ContinentalTire.com.
Carolina's on the road for the first of 2 away games this week. This one's in Coral Gables against Miami. I'm with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Hubert Davis. We are inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Coach, Carolina coming off that impressive performance against Georgia Tech on Saturday night. After review, what were your biggest positives for your team coming out of that win?
Well, I thought we were really good defensively. I thought we did a good job guarding Georgia Tech's actions. I've said this a number of times. They're offensively, they have a lot of moving parts, and so you can never rest defensively. And I thought all of our guys were locked in. Leaky Black did an unbelievable job on Michael DeVoe, who was the leading scorer in the ACC at the time of the game. And then, offensively, we were able to get out in transition because we played so well defensively, and we shared the ball. We had 20 assists, and everybody was passing up good shots to get great shots, and we were shooting the ball well from the outside. R.J. Davis did a terrific job, not only scoring but distributing, and then Armando had another monster game. He's just playing so well on both ends of the floor, but just from an offensive standpoint, he's just been dominant and had another game where he scored 29 points.
That marks back-to-back games where the Tar Heels have played well, built commanding leads against a conference opponent. You can throw the BC game in there, too. You've led by 30 a couple of times against ACC teams. What, in your mind, have been the main factors in those performances?
Well, we have been better defensively, and I've always told the team that's going to be the determining factor of how good we become, is how much we pay attention to playing defense and playing defense well. So I think that's been a huge factor. But our ball movement, our spacing, the way that we've been sharing the basketball, it's been really good. It's been at a high level. Mm-hmm. And so when we're moving the ball and we've got that spacing and player and ball movement, our guys are getting open shots, and we're a good enough team on the offensive end that if you give us open shots, we're going to consistently make them. And so I think those have been the two biggest differences lately, especially in ACC play, of us having success on both ends of the floor.
To that point, and we'll talk about Miami in full later on the pregame, Coach, but they drive to the basket, and they've got some guards who can really get there. How crucial is that on-ball defense tonight?
Well, it's great. You know, we've got to do a great job on the ball. That's been an emphasis on us defensively since I took the job, is that we have to be better on the ball. You have to take pride in being able to guard your man without any help. It's very difficult. They have 3 dynamic guards that can create offense for themselves and for their teammates at any given time. They like to go one-on-one. They can shoot from the outside, but they really like to attack the basket. You know, we have to be good on the ball, but we also have to be in support. And so I've told the guys, you know, there's 3 positions you have to be at: great on the ball, great in the gap, and great in the midline to protect those paint. And that's when we have lost games, that's where we have failed. We have given up too many points in the paint. And so against Miami, we've got to do a good job of that to put ourselves in a good position to be able to get another road win.
We'll take a closer look at the Hurricanes when Coach and I talk a little later in our pregame show.
Get crackin' and feel unbeatable with new omelet bites from Dunkin'. Bacon and cheddar or egg white and veggie, made with cage-free eggs and packed with protein, so you can get out there and do whatever it is you need to do. Whether it's sending an email, walking your dog, or doing both at the same time while dropping your kid off at school. Take on today with new omelet bites from Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'. Participation may vary. Limited time offer.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Hey, Carolina fans, are you a diehard Tar Heel looking to show your support from home this year? Join the Rams Club and make an impact on the Carolina student athletes you cheer for on the field, on the court, or in competition. Rams Club memberships start at $25 and are for Tar Heels of all ages. You can join the fun by visiting ramsclub.com/join. Go Heels!
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the home medical department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines at Smith Drugs of Forest City.
Food Line is the proud sponsor of the Score to Give More program. For each free throw the Tar Heels make in today's game, Food Line Feeds will donate 100 meals to a local area food bank. Food Line is the official grocer of the ACC. We'll talk some football here for just a moment. In addition to Mack Brown hiring Gene Chizik last week, Charlton Warren was also brought back aboard the Carolina football program. Warren is a well-traveled assistant who has buoyed programs like Nebraska, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia, and Indiana. This will be his second stint in Chapel Hill, and he's looking forward to being reunited with Chizik on the defensive side of the ball.
Coach Chizik has been one of my mentors in football. When I had the opportunity to first meet him, which was really a cold call when I was at the University of Nebraska and he was taking the job here at Carolina. Cold call, had never met him, obviously knew his reputation, knew his name as a DB guy, as a coordinator, as a head coach there at Auburn. So the interview process there, and that really started a mentorship, a friendship with Coach Chizik. I respect him no end. I went to him for career advice with different moves, different programs. So one, the respect and admiration I have for Coach Chizik is up there. So for him to call me and say, look, I'm getting back in, and you're the one dude I want to bring with me if you're willing to do it. So I was flattered by that. And then to have Coach Brown call me, Hall of Fame coach, national champion, the first time I was here, how much the people in this community just loved him as a head coach, again, flattered. And then for me, being a guy from the South, recruiting base in the South, being here before, coaching guys like MJ Stewart and Miles Dorn and Dez Lawrence and Cole Holcomb and just that whole crew of guys we had, it just was, to me, the right thing to do. It felt natural, it felt right, and I got a chance to be back in the place I love being with a guy that I admire in college football.
Harris Teeter is partnered with UNC, NC State, Wake Forest, and Duke to bring you the Big Four Grocery Assist Sweepstakes. Each week a contestant is chosen, and they win $5 in free groceries for every assist by a Big Four school that week. Plus, one grand prize winner will be selected for the Big Four VIP shoot-around prize package. Invite up to 20 friends and family for a private scrimmage at the Big Four school of your choice. Visit HarrisTeeter.com and look for the Grocery Assist Sweepstakes section to enter. Harris Teeter, where Tar Heel fans love to shop.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
Sports Network from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Attention, do you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt? Millions of Americans like you owe the IRS more than $10,000 and are facing liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, penalty abatements, and other IRS enforcement actions. Newly authorized debt forgiveness programs allow you to settle your debts for less than ever before. You may qualify to pay a fraction of what you owe. Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? If so, then call now at 800-831-1020, 800-831-1020. That's 800-831-1020.
Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. With zero sugar and now even more delicious. Is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
It's 15 minutes to tip-off, presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Jim Larrañaga led George Mason to an unforgettable run to the Final Four in 2006. Since arriving to Coral Gables in 2011, he's led Miami to an ACC tournament title in 6 20-win seasons. While the Canes have finished below 500 for the past 3 years, it appears Larrañaga has his program back on the right track at the top of the ACC here in mid-January. I spoke with Miami's head coach earlier.
Coach, from a 4-3 start to winning 9 out of your last 10, was there anything that dramatically changed from how you started the season to the run that you've been on as of late?
Well, we started out the season with a lot of new faces and, trying to indoctrinate them into a system and getting them to play as one unit took some time. The guys were always willing to do it, but Charlie Moore's a transfer. He was new. Jordan Miller's a transfer. He was new. Sam Wardenberg and Rodney Miller both sat out last night. They both, trying to get back into the swing of things. So we have 3 freshmen. They were all trying to learn the system. And until we had a chance to really play some games and work on a few things after the games, did we really know, what we wanted to do offensively and defensively. And that's still, progress needs to be made.
Coach, Carolina's had a lot of success in winning by big numbers as of late, but to go by some of your results, you've won tight and you've won in some close games, certainly in the ACC, and that's usually a sign of a pretty good team. So what has your team been like in those final stages?
Yeah, I'm very, very proud of the way this team has played in these very close games. We've kept our composure. We've had poise down the stretch of all these close games. And I think a lot has to do with the chemistry these guys have developed with each other. They really trust each other. They find the open man. They make the open shot. They help each other defensively. And we certainly have some areas of weakness that I'm sure Carolina is going to try to exploit. But we pull together and try to do things as a team as well as we can.
Cam McGusty will be reunited with his old Oklahoma teammate Brady Manick in tonight's game, and you mentioned a number of new names and faces to your program. Cam's a transfer, but he's been around for the last 3 or 4 years, and I'm curious to know what he's meant to your program since he set foot on campus.
Well, Cam McGusty is the perfect role model for what you want a transfer to be. He's an outstanding young man. He's an outstanding student. He already has his undergraduate degree and is working on his master's. He can play multiple guard positions. He could play the point or 2 or 3. He's very smart. He's a great leader on the court. He's a great leader off the court. And he knows Manick very well and talked about what a great shooter he is. So he knows we have our hands full with him.
Coach, last thing, it remains to be seen if Leaky Black and Cam McGusty meet up over the course of tonight's game. But when you watch a guy like Leaky Black, who's not known for his scoring but does so many other things, what jumps out to you about him on film, and what do you tell your team about what he's capable of?
When I saw Leaky Black in high school, I thought he was going to be like the point guard for the Tar Heels. That's how well he handled the ball and what a good decision maker he was. He's grown. He's gotten bigger, stronger. He's become a heck of a defensive player. And like all the front court guys at Carolina, he can rebound. So he's kind of their glue guy, the jack of all trades. He can make a 3 when left open. He can drive the ball to the basket. He's very good at handling the ball and getting it to the other great scorers that the Tar Heels have.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim... Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
On Saturdays, your team needs you. Your sofa needs you. And you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays. Unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You need an insurance agent you can talk to? Call Insurance Service Associates at 828-245-5301. We want to help you get the best out of your insurance dollar. As a trusted choice independent agent, we shop your coverage with several companies to give you the best value. More companies, better choices, best rate. Come see us at our new office at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call us at 828-245-5301.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City. You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherford.
Closer towards the tip between Carolina and Miami. Let's get you up to date on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Our game, the first of 3 to tip off tonight in the ACC. Duke and Florida State will begin at 9. Same tip time for Clemson at Syracuse. In the top 25, one game currently in progress. 6:31 left to play in the second half. Number 5 Baylor leads West Virginia in Morgantown 60-56. That'll do it for the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. A quick pause, and then part 2 of the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, plus our keys to the game. That's on the way after this from Learfield.
Pour it your way with a bold, smooth espresso drink from Dunkin'. For a limited time, DD Perks members can enjoy a medium creamy latte or a rich foam top cappuccino for $3. Made with freshly brewed espresso, they're the perfect way to conquer the day. So swing by Dunkin' and grab a $3 medium hot or iced latte or cappuccino, exclusively for DD Perks members. Not a member? Join on the Dunkin' app today. America runs on Dunkin'. Exclusions, additional charges, and terms may apply. Participation may vary.
UNC Tar Heels basketball is on Valley Sports South, your home for ACC hoops.
Score the basket.
Be sure to catch some of the biggest ACC matchups of the season live as the Tar Heels clash with the best of the best in the ACC and across the country. From Tobacco Road and beyond, UNC hoops action on Valley Sports is nothing but net.
On target.
Watch or stream live on Valley Sports South and the Valley Sports app, your home for ACC basketball.
Hey Carolina fans, are you a diehard Tar Heel looking to show your support from home this year? Join the Rams Club and make an impact on the Carolina student athletes you cheer for on the field, on the court, or in competition. Rams Club memberships start at $25 and are for Tar Heels of all ages. You can join the fun by visiting ramsclub.com/join. Go Heels!
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid-19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines at Smith's Drugs of Forest City. There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Package. Hurry, they're selling fast. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas. Carolina Basketball is brought to you by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
We'll get to our keys to the game in just a moment, but first things first, it's part two of the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Driving confidence no matter the surface, no matter the season. For a tire dealer near you, visit ContinentalTire.com.
It's the only scheduled meeting of the season between Carolina and Miami. It comes tonight in Coral Gables. I'm with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Hubert Davis, inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Coach, even though the Canes were tripped up last time they played, that was in the midweek last week against Florida State. This is a team that's been playing really, really well. What has impressed you the most about Miami as you've watched them and prepared for tonight's game?
Well, just their ability to score. They've got a number of guys that can go for 20 any given night. They've got three really dynamic guards that can create offense anytime that they want to for themselves, for their teammates. They have great spacing and balance. And you know, Miami is always a team that has excelled in ball screens and also isolation plays, and so their personnel fits that, their ability to be able to score. So, you know, for us, defensively, it's going to put a lot of pressure on us to contain the ball, but also be in those positions to be able to help to make sure that they don't get consistent points in the paint. They don't have a dominant post player. Where they score is off a dribble drive and the passing and going back door, and so those are things that we've been working on the last couple days in preparation for Miami, is just try to take away points in the paint, make them make contested outside jump shots, and that's something that could put us in a good position to rebound and then for us to get out in transition where we have been really good all year.
They lead the ACC in turnover margin. They are top 3 in turnovers forced. Not that it isn't always an emphasis, of course, but protecting the basketball seems significant today.
Yeah, it is. You know, and it's interesting that they're not a team that does a lot of trapping and scrambling. They just are very active in passing lanes and very aggressive on the ball. And so, you know, one of the things that we've talked about in practice is make the easy play, limit turnovers. We don't need home runs. We just need singles and just make the easy play. And so when we do that, we take care of the basketball. But that's going to be a huge emphasis because, you know, Miami's really good in transition. So if we can take care of the basketball and we can protect the paint, I think that puts us in a really good position to compete against Miami on the road.
Big one tonight in the ACC. Two teams that are right there at the top of the conference standings, Carolina and Miami. Coach, as always, thank you for your time. Best of luck.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jones.
That's part two of the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, and it feeds in nicely to our keys to the game brought to you by Honda. A Honda is comfortable, loaded with next-gen features, fuel-efficient, and powerful. Hurry, they're selling fast. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas. Well, Jones, my key for this one is how Carolina finishes. I think we're all expecting a game that won't be decided until the waning stages. Miami has proven it can win tight games. Can the Heels claim a game that comes down to the wire?
I'm just going keeping Miami's guards out of the paint as best as possible. Everything the Canes want to do offensively starts with that ability to drive into the paint. Eric, that has to be the number one defensive priority tonight.
Yeah, and I think it goes hand in hand with my key, which is to keep them off the foul line. No easy buckets for a team that already has an efficient offense. We want to make sure that we make them work for all their baskets.
That'll do it for our Honda keys to the game. And before we take our final break here, the Reach Jewelers pregame show, let's pause 10 seconds for a station ID. Down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Thank you for making WCAB your radio station of choice in the foothills. Now get the best of both worlds. 100.9 FM and 590 AM Rutherfordton.
Face off tonight in Coral Gables. It's Carolina and Miami coming your way after this from Learfield.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12.
Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Tanya Novakowski of Rose Hill Magnolia Elementary School in Rose Hill. Her project, Farming with Worms, is sponsored by 4-County Electric Membership Cooperation based in Burgos.
If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a basketball court 3 times with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. Trusted Choice independent insurance agents urge you and your families to put down your phone. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice independent insurance agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm Kelly Clarkson, and as the daughter of a school teacher, I know just how important education is. No matter how old you are or your situation, continuing to learn will enrich your life and help remove barriers you didn't even know were there. So much opportunity, y'all. Whether it's a foreign language, history, or a different way to look at things, take some time each day to learn something new. This message is courtesy of the United States Air Force.
Between Carolina and Miami. Thanks so much for being with us here on the Tar Heel Sports Network. Jones and Eric courtside with you. We're joined by Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. Adam Lucas helping us out with statistical work tonight. You've heard from Dave Nathan, John Essick as well in our Tar Heel Sports Network studios. Let's get to it. Starting lineups, and we'll start with the homestanding Hurricanes. 13-4 overall. Miami 5-1, currently atop the ACC standings, half a game ahead of Carolina and Duke. Of course, the Heels here tonight. Duke playing later this evening against Florida State. Jim Larinaga in his 11th year as the head coach of the Hurricanes, his 38th year overall He is one of 4 coaches that have won 150 or more games at 3 different schools. John Calipari, Lefty Drizel, Cliff Ellis are the others. Backcourt for the Canes, 3 guards for Miami. That includes Charlie Moore, the 5th-year senior from Chicago. This is his 4th different stop. He's played at Cal, Kansas, DePaul, now here at Miami, and he's averaging 13 points per game. Isaiah Wong, preseason first-team all-conference, 6'3", listed as just a sophomore, even though it's his 3rd year with the COVID year last year. He's from Piscataway, New Jersey, averaging 16 points per contest. Leading scorer for Miami's Cam McGusty, the 6'5", 5th-year senior from Katy, Texas. He's actually started his career at Oklahoma. He was a teammate of Brady Manick for a season at Oklahoma. Now McGusty, the leading scorer for the Canes at 18 points. That's 5th best in the league, nearly 6 rebounds per contest. 2 big guys, another veteran player, Sam Wardenberg, super senior, 6'10", out of New Zealand originally, 7 points, 4 rebounds. Jordan Miller, 6'7", junior from Middleburg, Virginia, averaging 9 points, 5.5 boards. Meanwhile, for Carolina, they're 12-4 overall, 4-1 in conference play. Hubert Davis, the first-year Tar Heel head coach. He's sticking with the same 5 that they've run out with the last couple of games. That's the sophomore pair of R.J. Davis and Caleb Love in at the backcourt. Leaky Black, the senior from Concord. Brady Manick, the Oklahoma transfer, averaging 13 points, nearly 6 rebounds per game. And then the back-to-back ACC Player of the Week, Armando Bacot, also today named the USBWA National Player of the Week. First Tar Heel to earn that honor since Marcus Page in the 2014 season. Bacot averaging team highs in points at 17.5 and rebounds and blocks, 11.5 rebounds, a block and a half per game. Roger Ayers to throw it up between Miller and Bacot and tipped into the Tar Heel forecourt. Brady Manick snatches it out of the air. Heels going right to left as we see it here in Coral Gables. Carolina wearing its road Tar Heel blue as Manick gets a 3-pointer from the left sideline and drops it in. Took the pass from Leaky Black, quickly fired it up and put it right in the center.
Yeah, just a quick flare out on that perimeter, and Manick was wide open. And he caught it, and it took no time for him to get that release up before the Canes could react.
Charlie Moore to try and answer a long-distance 3 off the front of the iron, rebound to the Tar Heels. So an early 3-0 lead for Carolina as Caleb Love comes from right to left. He'll attack on the right wing, whips it over left corner. Leaky Black, line drive 3, a little too strong, hit the right portion of the rim. Tipped off the backboard, rattled around, but would not stay in. So Miami cleans the glass. They have the basketball. McGusty guarded by Caleb Love to Wong. He's checked by Leaky Black. Ends up in the left corner where Miller tries a 3, too strong. Rebound to R.J. Davis. So Carolina wearing those road Carolina blue uniforms, white numbers, letters, and trim. The Argyle down the side as Leaky Black has it on the left wing. Now up high to Love. Still 3-0 Carolina. R.J. Davis tries to change that. Can't hit the long 3. Rebound tipped into Miami's hands. Here come the white-clad Hurricanes. Green numbers and letters on their uniforms. Some orange mixed in the trim as well as Isaiah Wong misses a 2-point jumper on the right baseline. I think that's the first 2 that either team has taken. It was a little too strong. Carolina has it on the other side. So still 3-0 Heels. 18:20 to go in the first half. Manick up high, left side, now it goes to Caleb Love. Love to Bacot, right back to Love. He'll try another 3, that's off the mark. Every shot Carolina has taken has been a 3. Manick hit the first one, but Heels have been empty since. Black, Davis, and now Love have all missed one. So it remains 3-0. Moore, step back on the left baseline, gets it to fall in. Inbounds Manick to Davis. Charlie Moore nearly stole that, but Davis able to protect. Carolina with the 3-2 advantage. 17:42 to go. Bacot, hard drive out to Manick. He's the only man who's hit a shot, but he misses a 3. Leaky Black way up for the rebound. To Love. He drives to the free throw line. Floater is good. So the offensive rebound by Black turns into points for Love.
Yeah, Love baited the defender into guarding him for the 3-point attempt, but instead just gave a little bit of a hesitation. That was all it took to buy him a 15-footer.
5-2 Carolina. Moore on the hard drive. Bounces in the corner left to Miller. Miami works it all the way around the perimeter to an open Wardenberg.
who knocks into three from the right wing. So it started on the drive, was kicked to the left corner, then pitched all the way around to Wardenberg, who ties it up. 5-5 the score. Love, bothered by McGusty at the timeline, underhanded pass to Leaky Black. He bounces it down low to Baycott, who turns it over. McGusty was there to knock it out of Baycott's hands. 16:50 to go first half, game tied at 5. Wong driving all the way through the baseline left, circles out to the right elbow, out to McGusty. His long three is good. So Miami has run off 6 straight three-pointers by Wardenberg and McGusty to make it 8-5 Hurricanes. Love on the left wing. Tried to get it to a cutting Manick. It was tipped. Manick recovers to Baycott, and he's going to be called for an offensive foul as he tried to drive down the paint. He's still tangled up with Miller as the two teams now come together and pushing and shoving. McGusty, the lead man for the Canes in that scrum. He got in Baycott's face as Baycott and Miller were all tangled up on the ground.
Yeah, Baycott tried to get up and slipped on the sweat and landed right on top of him again. And so I think that's where the ill will came to life. But everybody's good to go. And Miami's going to inbound it here in just a moment.
So Miami, a little 6-0 spurt here thanks to back-to-back threes. McGusty a 37% shooter. Wardenberg a 39% shooter. Miami not a big-time three-point shooting team. They're 11th in the conference in three-pointers made per game, but already 2 here early on. Miller out to Wong. Wong gets a high screen from Wardenberg. Now kicks it over to the 6-year senior. He'll hand off to another 6-year player, Charlie Moore. Really old Miami team. Moore, the drive, pitches it over his head to Wardenberg, who hits another three. So Miami has hit 3 3-pointers here early. They average 7 per game.
Not a lot you can do on that play. I mean, that was a pretty good defensive job by Carolina, although Wardenberg was left open. But if you're going to leave somebody open.
As Wardenberg takes it away from R.J. Davis, finds a cutting Moore, and Davis just fouls to break up the fast break. So Davis with the personal after the sloppy turnover. Miami on a 9-0 run. And the Hurricanes have an 11-5 advantage with 15:40 to play in the first half, plus more. We'll have a couple free throws when action resumes. The Heels have turned it over on 3 consecutive possessions. 5 of Carolina's 6 shots are threes, and they've only made 1 of them thus far. 11-5 Miami. A couple minutes in here in Coral Gables. Tar Heel basketball from Learfield.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Non-attorney spokesperson. Attention all women who have been diagnosed with ovarian cancer. In February and May 2016, Johnson & Johnson was ordered to pay $72 million and $55 million by 2 juries to 2 women who contracted ovarian cancer after years of using talcum baby powder products. If you or a family member has been diagnosed with ovarian cancer and used talcum powder prior to the diagnosis, call Talcum Powder Help Now today at 800-831-1745. 800-831-1745. That's 800-831-1745.
First half, and the Hurricanes will be at the free throw line when action resumes. Food Lion, proud to sponsor the Score to Give More campaign. For every free throw the Tar Heels make this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 100 meals to a local area food bank to help our neighbors in need this winter. Score to Give More, presented by Food Lion, the official grocer of the ACC. Eric Sam Wartenberg's played a big role here early. Back-to-back three-pointers, had a steal out there against R.J. Davis as well. He's given the Canes a big boost here early on.
Yeah, not only has he done a nice job offensively, and he's a guy that can and does. He handles the ball a lot. He stretches the defense by flaring out. We've seen him on the offensive end. Also defensively, he's keeping Baycott from being able to roll and set up shop down low, and that would be the resulting pass from a guy like Manick or R.J. Davis or Leaky Black, but there's not a spot for Baycott to catch it on the bottom of underneath the basket. So he's really going to have to do a better job of anticipating Wartenberg's contact as the first free throw is missed by Moore.
Tar Heels got to stop turning it over. They've turned it over 3 straight possessions, spanning about 2 minutes of game action. As that second free throw from Moore hits the back iron but stays in. So it's now a 10-0 Miami run, and it's 12-5 Hurricanes. Carolina needing to find some offense here. R.J. Davis holding it waist level at the left wing to Manick. Kicks it over on the right sideline to Black. Right back to Manick. Tried to dump it down low to Baycott, but Miller turns it over again as he flashed in front and stole it. That's 4 straight turnovers for the Tar Heels. Wong, big Euro step into the paint and scores, and all of a sudden the Tar Heels are losing some connection to the Canes. It is 14-5 as Kerwin Walton comes off the bench for the first time for Carolina. As Manick has it at the top of the key for the Heels. Now to Love. Baycott outside the arc to R.J. Davis right wing. Back to Manick. Still everything outside the arc for the Tar Heels. They can try to get it down low to Baycott and turn it over. 5th straight turnover for Carolina. Davis's bounce pass was stolen away by Wong. Wong angling into the paint. His fall away is too strong at the ACC logo. R.J. Davis protects the rebound. 5 straight turnovers and a 12-0 Miami run. Davis to Manick. Over on the left sideline to Leaky Black. Miami plays way off of him. Over to Love. Carolina could use a 3, but they miss it. Rebound to Miami. Carolina unable to really do anything on the glass right now, too, as far as offensive rebounds. Of course, all those turnovers don't help as McGusty able to drive by Leaky Black and lay it in. 16-5. It's a 14-0 Miami run.
Yeah, it's just been a clinic that they're putting on right now. Even defensively, they're looking so good. They're making everything inside so clogged, and Carolina just wants to force it as another three-pointer is chucked up by Davis. This time Moore fouls him, so Davis will go to the line. I think it's a 3. It is a 3-point attempt, so R.J. Davis will go to the line for 3 after the foul by Charlie Moore.
Carolina has 5 turnovers. Miami has 0. The Heels, 6 of their 7 shots have been threes, and they've only made 1. Heels have no points since the 17:32 mark. Finally, R.J. Davis changes that with the first free throw. Make it 16-6. The largest deficit Carolina has come back from to win a game this year is 11. That was against College of Charleston. Davis hits the second free throw. He's an 81% shooter, as Walton will come in for Leaky Black. And Miami making a couple of subs as well. Anthony Walker and Bensley Joseph both check in. Walker, a sophomore from Baltimore. Joseph, a freshman from Arlington, Massachusetts.
You know, it's interesting. Walton coming in for Black. I think that we're really trying to stretch it and open it up for Baycott to get a little taste of something inside as RJ makes all 3 free throws. So Carolina now down by 8, 16-8. And so Walton's going to help stretch that with another shooter.
Yeah, Miami's just completely sagging off of Leaky Black as Isaiah Wong has it in the forecourt for Miami. To Wardenberg, he hands off to Walker, back to Wong, guarded by Love. Wong drive behind the back, elevates for the 17-footer and knocks it in. Tough shot by Isaiah Wong. Miami red hot, 7 of 11 from the field, including 3 of 5 from 3.
Well, if that's the kind of shot he makes.
Down low it goes to Baycott. His hook shot in traffic won't go. He got the ball down low, but Wardenberg walled him off as Wong crossover to the rim and gets the roll. That's now 6 for Wong. Miami 8 of 12 from the field, and it is 20-8. Carolina was up 5-2, and it has been an absolute clinic for the Canes since then. Love drives to the right elbow. Long pass left corner to Manick. Another three, and he knocks it in. Tar Heels needed a bucket, and Manick able to give it to him. He now has 6 of Carolina's 11 points. Miami 8 of its last 9 from the field. McGusty guarded by Walt. Crossover, spins, elevates, can't finish. Baycott with the strong board. Ahead to R.J. Davis. Davis to Walton on the right sideline. Right back to Davis, right wing. Left-handed dribble to the ACC logo. Pulls up a little short, tips up his own miss. It won't go. Joseph out of the scrum with it for Miami. 20-11. Hurricanes on top. Tar Heels trying to weather this hot early start for Miami. The Canes have looked very good thus far. McGusty out to Wardenberg. Pump fake to try to get by Manick. He does and throws it down.
Boy, just almost at every position, whether it's McGusty or whether it's Wong or that time Wardenberg, they're able to get around Carolina's defense, and they do it so quickly that there's no chance for help.
Aggressive defensive teams have bothered Carolina, and Miami is doing that thus far. Davis, an ill-advised pass through traffic, taken away. Here comes Miami, already up 11, and Wong can't add to it, but McGusty gets the offensive rebound. He'll now slow it up and let the Canes set up in the half court. Garcia ready to check in for Carolina. Wardenberg, gracious. Another three. He has 11 points. His career high is 18. He is well on the way to that. Carolina takes a timeout. Miami 10 of 16 from the field, 4 of 6 from three-point range. 25-11. Miami on absolute fire. They're 10 of 16. Carolina's 3 of 11 from the field. All Canes early. Tar Heel basketball from Learfield.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, joins Tar Heels fans across the nation cheering Go Heels. Whether you're at home watching the game or out on the road, download our Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find a location near you. The Hunt family has been proudly serving our delicious original crust pizza to North Carolina families for over 20 years. With all toppings, no extra charge, and 10 to choose from, there's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
11:18 to go first half. It has been all Miami thus far, 25-11. In the last 6 minutes, it's been as one-sided as any stretch we've seen. And there have been a couple one-sided stretches this year, both good and bad for Carolina. Last 6 minutes, though, Miami 9 of 12 from the field. Carolina in that same time is 1 of 5 with 6 turnovers. Miami's outscored the Heels by 17 in those 6 minutes. So Carolina's got to figure out how to settle things down. Hurricanes 10 of 16 from the field, 4 of 6 from 3. Carolina, meanwhile, 3 of 11, 2 of 7 from 3. Eric, 27% shooting and 6 turnovers on those stats presented by the campaign for Carolina. That is a losing recipe for sure.
Yeah, the biggest thing right now is just everything, let the dust settle where it may on the shots. But you got to stop the turnovers. And I think that Carolina will recognize that what they're doing, and Baycott's out right now. Garcia has come in for him to give him a little bit of a breather. And I think we'll see right now, if we're not trying to force it into the post, what happens. And there have been some forced passes. Even RJ, who's picked up 3 turnovers, very uncharacteristic of him, but he tried to force feed Manick on the bottom baseline just a moment ago for the most recent turnover. You need to shore that up, and that everything else should settle after that.
Davis, Love, Walton, Manick, Garcia, the 5 on the floor for Carolina. Manick, top of the key over left wing. It goes to Walton, back middle of the floor to Love. There's just 8 on the shot clock now as Love has Joseph right in his face. Spins to the right elbow, elevates and can't get the roll.
He was a little bit off balance. I mean, it was a great move, but he was off balance when he was up by himself. I think shot it just a little bit off the palm of his hand, so didn't have quite the touch that we're used to seeing out of Caleb.
Carolina 3 of 12 from the field. Walker trying to drive on Garcia and loses the basketball. Got it right or left of the lane, tried to dribble in and lost it. Garcia picks up the loose ball. Heels get the turnover. It ends up to Love. His floater left of the lane, no good. Manick tips the rebound out to Walton. Right back to Manick. His right corner triple won't go. Carolina now 3 of 13, make it 3 of 14 from the field. As meanwhile, Moore gets by Davis and easily lays it in. This game is quickly getting out of hand. 10 minutes gone by here in the first half, and it is 27-11. Carolina down 16. Love drives left, stops, pivots, shoots, can't score. Garcia had a hand on the rebound, but it belongs to Miami.
Again, that's not a bad shot, but there are no passes prior to the shot, and it's not a one-man show that's going to get you out of this. As a long shot by McGusty comes off the back rim, again into the hand of Caleb Love.
Tar Heels have Baycott and McCoy at the scorers table as Love is fouled on his drive by Anthony Walker. Walker's first. Tar Heels 3 of 15 from the field. They have missed their last 6 shots, made 1 of their last 9, and have not scored in more than 3 minutes. Miami stretching this out now to a 16-point lead as Davis and Manick will go to the bench. McCoy and Baycott in. So it's Love, Walton, McCoy, Garcia, and Baycott.
This is a big stretch for Carolina with these reserves in.
Absolutely. As Garcia from the right corner, flat 3 won't go. Baycott, the strong rebound, goes back up, can't finish, fights for the rebound again. Eventually it belongs to Charlie Moore. And I believe McCoy going to be called for the loose ball foul as they were battling for that rebound. First on McCoy, third on Carolina. And Eric, I think the discouraging part, other than just the score right now, is it doesn't look like Carolina has a lot of answers. They're firing up a lot of long shots that are not going.
Yeah, and when Baycott was out, he took the wrap off of his right hand, but he's definitely been favoring just not as engaged with that right arm in traffic, whether it be rebound or in the post with his touch.
Step back 3 from Wong. Gracious.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours right now, Jones, and you know, this add insult to injury, and everybody's getting on the bandwagon for Miami. You can see that they're just really feeding off of this into almost a frenzied state.
Right corner, Garcia open for 3, no good. He was wide open. Tar Heels can't make anything. Miami the other way. Charlie Moore, underhand pass in the left corner. Another 3 for the Canes. That one's no good, missed by Joseph. 30-11. This is now a 14-3 run for Miami. Can Carolina get anything settled as McCoy slips and falls, but it's going to be a foul call by Bensley Joseph, his first. Third on Miami as McCoy slipped as he drove into the paint from the left wing. Some subs coming in for Miami. Wardenberg is back. He already has 11. And also Wugga Poplar, a freshman from Philadelphia, will enter for the first time. Carolina is 3 of 18 from the field, 2 of 10 from 3. Miami, meanwhile, 60% shooting, 5 of 9 from 3. Love will try another 3-pointer and knock it in. Carolina finally sees a basket go in. That stops a scoring drought of nearly 4.5 minutes.
Well, and what was different about that shot was that inbounds it went to Baycott. and then it went out to Love, and so the Miami defense had to cover back, and just that little bitty inside-outside move got him a free open shot, and it wasn't under duress.
Miller trying to work around a Wardenberg screen. Kicks it out to Wong, drives to the right elbow. Wong gets himself in trouble and travels as he drove in and just jumped up in the air, came back down with the ball, and will turn it over. So Carolina, one of its last 10 from the field, shooting 21% in total, will get the ball back, down 16, 30-14 with 7:50 to go in the first half. All Canes so far. Star Heel basketball from Learfield.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
It's bow time. Tick, tick, boom. Like a powder keg in your mouth.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
Creating opportunities for more Tar Heels. There are not a lot of good ones here for Carolina. Miami, 12 of 20. That's 60%. 5 of 9 from 3. Carolina's 4 of 19. That's 21%. And 3 of 11 from three-point range. Miami, the worst rebounding team in the ACC, is out-rebounding the Tar Heels, 12-11. Carolina has 6 turnovers. That's turned into 12 Miami points. And Miami's outscored the Heels in the paint 10-0. Sam Wardenberg and Isaiah Wong have 20 between the two of them. Carolina has 14 as a team. So, Eric, Heels down 16, and it has been a tidal wave of Hurricanes through the first 12-10.
Yeah, they've really been active, and I think that caught Carolina a little bit off guard with that tenacious defense, particularly around the top, which Carolina's had some luck against their prior opponents in moving the ball and doing the exchanges and the handoffs without that real intense defense. But you look at this backcourt for Miami, whether it's Wong or Miller or McGusty, these guys are really pressuring outside the three-point line, and so it takes your offense, slides it up even closer to half court, and then when you're trying to get a priority into the post, it makes those long-distance passes really tough, and we've seen so many of them be intercepted.
Baycott, who has taken that wrap off his right thumb, as Eric told you, has it up high to Love, right back to a cutting Baycott, and he lays it in.
Well, that's what Baycott does best. When he rolls and he's engaged and the whole offense moves. And, again, that was almost in transition before Miami's defense could get totally settled.
30-16 now as Wong sends it into the backcourt. Charlie Moore runs to touch it first. That will be another turnover. Wong was trying to pass it up high to Wardenberg and airmailed it. So a couple of turnovers here for the Canes. Carolina will have the basketball. Just 20 on the shot clock because it's a backcourt turnover officially by Miami. And so when you have a backcourt turnover, the other team only gets 20, not 30 on the clock. So Heels working with a 20-second shot clock here on this possession. Baycott against Wardenberg up high. Over to McCoy. Shot clock is down to 10. McCoy lost the basketball and then fouls. He just had it slip through his hands, and the loose ball went to Wong, and McCoy bumped into him. That's 2 fouls on McCoy, 4 on Carolina. Hubert Davis pacing off the Carolina bench does not make a move to a sub, even with McCoy with the 2 fouls. 30-16, Miami has blitzkrieg Carolina here early on. Tar Heels trying to find a little bit of stabilization here. McGusty, tough guarded too. Nothing you can do about that. Kerwin Walton was right in his face, and McGusty hit a tough one. 32-16. 6:38 to go in the half. Hard drive by Love, dips it underneath to Garcia. He got caught too low, turned it over as he tried to bounce it out.
Yeah, Garcia,
it's a loose ball foul real fast, Eric, after the turnover.
Yeah, and Garcia's not comfortable catching the ball down in traffic. Even though he's got size, he's not comfortable inside there going up to really go up and try and fight through traffic at the rim despite being so close to it. It's just not something he does real well. And so when he caught it there, he was looking to try and get it back out, and there are just a lot of hands, and sometimes you can get that fast forward feeling, and that's what happened. He just started moving too quickly.
McGusty to Wardenberg, tries to drive right against Baycott, cut off nicely by the Tar Heel big man. Sends it back out to Moore. Behind the back pass to Wardenberg. Another 3.
Well, Baycott is trying to help on that Wardenberg-Moore interchange, and when he's doing so, Wardenberg just flashes, steps back, and Moore's done a great job of hitting him right in the breadbasket.
Love is stripped on the drive, out of bounds off Miami. Wardenberg has 14. His career high is 18. He is 5 of 5 from the field, 4 of 4 from three-point range. He is a 39% three-point shooter.
Well, when shooters start making them, the basket keeps getting bigger, and right now that's what Carolina's up against with Miami.
Love, a really difficult step-back guarded 3. Hubert Davis just puts his palms up as he walks back to the bench. Meanwhile, McGusty in transition.
Well, you can
all of a sudden, it's a 21-point game now.
Yeah, and you can see how dangerous the transition is with the kind of players that Miami has. They're just able to knife through. They're working off of one another. A lot of veteran faces.
Gosh, Carolina can't buy a bucket as Walton's jumper rattles out from the free throw line. The rebound is tipped into the Miami bench by the Hurricanes, so Carolina will keep possession. 5:26 to go. It's another 7-0 run. Miami's had multiple spurts here in this first half where they have just outpaced Carolina dramatically. Manick, a three-pointer. That won't go from the left wing. It is all added up to 37-16. Carolina's had some ugly halves this year in their losses, and this is going to be right at the top of the list. Three-pointer missed. Rebound tipped by Wong into Baycott's hands. Wardenberg's already tied his career high for three-pointers made in a game with 4 of them. Walton drives into the paint. His turnaround from the right elbow is good.
It almost looked like a second thought, like he wasn't even sure he was going to shoot it. But the fact is that his drive into the paint didn't attract a lot of attention. And then he did a nice job of staying connected, not getting off balance and taking that little shot.
37-18. Wardenberg over to Miller. Miller trying to back in against Manick. Jump stop in the paint, lowers his shoulder into Manick, who blocks his shot. Miller able to recover out to Wardenberg. Pump fake by Baycott and goes and dunks it in. And another timeout by Carolina.
Well, when Manick's got to defend Wardenberg, or anybody for that matter, you got to defend Wardenberg's shot, and then you've got a 5-out offense that Miami's running. All of a sudden, there is nobody back there to help, and when you're getting beat on the first half step, that spells trouble.
Wardenberg with 16. He has as many made field goals as the Tar Heels do as a team. He is 6 of 6 with 16 points. Carolina as a team is 6 of 24 for 18 points. Yikes. 39-18. Tar Heel basketball from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
A heated Carolina huddle across the court from us during this timeout, as not just Hubert Davis, assistant coach Brad Frederick, and others, the frustration visible. It has been a complete one-sided affair. This has been Miami to the max to this point. Hurricanes 16 of 26 from the field. That is 61.5%. 6 of 11 from 3. They average 7 makes a game. Carolina, meanwhile, 6 of 24, 25%. 3 of 13 from 3. The Hurricanes are out rebounding the Tar Heels. Carolina came in as the #1 rebounding team in the conference. Miami, the last place team in that category. So it has been nothing but Miami to this point. 4:20 to go. 39-18. Long way to go, but things, of course, need to change for the Heels. Leaky Black remains on the bench for Carolina. He subbed out early. Not aware of any injury for Leaky. Appears just to be on the bench by coach's decision. It's Davis, Love, Walton, Manick, and Baycott. Davis on the drive. His high-arcing scoop won't go. Baycott got the rebound, and he was fouled.
Yeah, looks like Moore is going to pick up that foul, and indeed he is. Charlie Moore, that's number 2 on Moore. So Joseph will come to the, presumably, to check in for him. But one of the few opportunities you saw Davis almost will his way through traffic and get in there, trying to put it up soft on the glass, hoping for an opportunity for an offensive rebound for Carolina, and rebounding has been a premium.
Baycott knocks in the free throw after 29 points in back-to-back games. Baycott has just 3 on 1 of 3 shooting, with 3 rebounds as well. Joseph does come in with Moore going out after the second foul. Second free throw won't good. Wardenberg, boy, he almost tapped that into Carolina's basket on the rebound. He has yet to miss a shot. Sam Wardenberg, the super senior from New Zealand originally, did not play last year due to an injury, and he has been one of the dominant factors in the game. McGusty on the drive, slammed into by Manick, no whistle, and missed the shot. He came in from the left corner down the baseline. Carolina with the basketball, down by 20, 39-19. Just 3:30 to go as Walton's dribble is knocked away by Wong out of bounds. 19 on the shot clock.
Well, the one thing you cannot do, you cannot be passive. And I don't think Carolina really is. I mean, just looking at the dribble, you've got to be active. Everything you do has to be with purpose right now against this Miami defense.
Walton, quick trigger 3 from the right corner is good. Kerwin Walton with his second basket makes it 39-22. Walton had a good game here last year with 13 points in Carolina's last second win. An Andrew Platek bucket a couple seconds before the buzzer earned the Tar Heels the victory. McGusty, big steps into the paint, kicks it out to Wong. His 3 is short. Rebound Baycott. Davis with a little extra pep in his step, runs down the right side of the court. Gets a big screen from Baycott to get to the left elbow. Picks up his dribble, bounces out to Walton. Back to Love in the middle of the court. Caleb holding it waist level, bounces right of the lane to Baycott. Faces up against Wardenberg, who takes a dive on the contact, and an offensive foul called on Baycott. That's his second.
Yeah, he set it up because he was so far off the post. I mean, it was kind of like Baycott sized up Wardenberg and then said, well, I'm just going to turn my back and turn my shoulder and just bump into him. And, I mean, I admit that you could see that as a no call. The problem is that it was pretty obvious that Baycott was out of options offensively, and so he was just going to try and wedge himself down in there. I think it's a smart play by Wardenberg.
Baycott out, Garcia in, so the Heels likely going to have to play this last 2:43 without Baycott. Largest halftime deficit this year for the Heels has been 11. That was against Kentucky. They are well north of that right now, down 17. Joseph in the center jump circle as he comes front court. Bounces to the free throw line. Then another pass back door attempted to McGusty, and he was held. Foul called on Kerwin Walton.
Yeah, everybody knew what was happening, and you could see that play developing. Kerwin Walton knew that as soon as he felt his man headed back on McGusty, with McGusty diving to the basket, he said, uh-oh, I am out of position and in a place no man's land, and that's what happens when you grab him.
So McGusty, the best free throw shooter on Miami at 83%, goes to the line for a 1-and-1. He makes the first. He is one of just 4 Miami players who have scored. Moore has 5. McGusty now with 10. Wong 9. Wardenberg has 16. Carolina as a team has 22. Down 41-22 after the second free throw.
Now this is typically what Carolina enjoys, a balanced offensive appearance, but right now Carolina's offense has been lackluster at best.
And Love turns it over. McGusty with the steal. Drives the other way. Garcia heading back to challenge, picks up the foul. Turnovers have been an issue as well. That's 10 now in the first half for Carolina. Eric, one thing that has been hard to figure out with this team this year is why when things go bad, it goes so bad. But this is, along with Tennessee and Kentucky, to this point, certainly a long way to go. Another game where it's not just Tar Heels are on the wrong side of the score, but they're getting avalanched.
Well, I think in large part what happens, at least offensive, well, number one, the defense is McGusty makes his free throw again. They talked about what a good free throw shooter he is at 83%. But, you know, when things don't go well on either end, then you start to push yourself and you start to try and find easy answers, and you don't want to let go. You don't want this thing to get out of hand, and so these guys are trying to pace their offense and just push it, and you can't do that. You have to rely upon chipping away. There is no quick answer for being down by double digits.
Second free throw rattled out. Garcia with the rebound. So Tar Heels down 20. Love has Wardenberg guarding him on a switch. He's going to try the floater at the free throw line. No good. He had elected, as soon as Wardenberg was guarding him, Love called everybody else away and was going to go one-on-one. He is now 2 of 9 from the field.
Well, that's exactly what I was saying you can't do. There is no quick answer.
Meanwhile, Wong has yet another answer for Miami, a three-pointer from straight away. He now has 12. McGusty with 12. Wardenberg with 16. Foul on the dribbler as R.J. Davis is fouled by Bensley Joseph. Joseph's second. Just the 5th foul on Miami, as now Leaky Black will return for the first time in more than 10 minutes of game action. He's going to replace Love. Miami is up by 23. As Black will inbound. Having trouble doing so, gets it down the right sideline to Manning. 90 seconds until this first half comes to a close, which the Tar Heels need. Walton misses the 3 from the left sideline. It pops out. Wong, guarded by Walton. Angles from right to left, outside the arc to Wardenberg. Pump fake. Garcia went flying by him. Wardenberg then drives, has his shot blocked, out of bounds. Carolina's had no answer for Wardenburg tonight.
Well, the closeout on that, they were in a bad position. They were so far off of Wardenburg, then as soon as he catches it, they race out to try and avoid that shot. And then Wardenburg, who's smart, just says, well, guys, if you're going to run at me, I'm going to drive right by you. And that has happened time and time and time again. And it's not just Wardenburg. I mean, Wong has done it. McGusty has done it. Miller has done it. Moore has done it.
And then a foul, Eric, on Garcia, wrestling with Wardenburg before the inbounds. His second, he'll sit down. McCoy comes in with 2. And Wardenburg, if he makes these 2 free throws, this is a 1-and-1. If he makes them both, he'll have tied his career high in the half. He now has 17 after the first one goes in. So if this one goes in, he will have tied his career high, which is 18 in the half.
Well, he's played a spectacular half, and he's taken everything that Carolina has given.
Second one's no good. Rebound tipped up by McCoy, brought in by Walton. That's the first shot of any kind that Wardenburg has missed. It's close to a 30-point game. Carolina's down 24. Davis with 10 on the shot clock. Drives to the right wing, over to Manning. Three-pointer from straight away, off the back iron. McCoy slaps the rebound, and it hits the baseline off the Virginia transfer.
Manick has taken 6 shots, and he's only made 2, but all 6. The point of this is not to drag him through the mud for making 2 of 6. The point is that all 6 have been three-pointers. And you look at Carolina, they have 16 three-point attempts to 13 two-point attempts. And that just shows you what they feel like they've been relegated to as an offensive option.
Only one Tar Heel is shooting 50% or better. That's Walton at 2 for 4. 46-22. Miller angles into the paint, kicks it out to McGusty. Hard drive, back out to Wong. Another 3, yes. Well, Miami, hard to believe they can play much better than this. Wong with 15. It is 49-22. Davis can't answer the 3. Rebound tip to Leaky Black. He'll chuck up one from right of the lane at the horn, no good. And the first half mercifully comes to an end as Miami mangles Carolina. 49-22. A 27-point halftime deficit for Carolina. The Hurricanes shoot nearly 60% in the first half, including 7 of 13 from 3. Meanwhile, the Tar Heels are 7 of 29. That's 24%, 4 of 16 from three-point range. Obviously, Heels need a reset. They'll do it here at the break, down big from Learfield.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching The Grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays. Unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. On Saturdays, your team needs you. Your sofa needs you. And you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, psst. Yeah, you. You want to buy some low-priced groceries? Just follow me into this well-lit Lidl grocery store. Here at Lidl, we buy in bulk and cut down on costs wherever possible. Then we pass the savings on to you. Trust me, everything's done totally legit and above board. Nothing to be worried about.
Misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
Get to after we take a look at what else is happening around the ACC and top 25. Two other games in the league set to tip at 9. Duke is at Florida State. Clemson is at Syracuse. Meanwhile, in the top 25, Kansas and Oklahoma have headed into the halftime locker room in Norman with KU up on OU 34-32. IUPUI trailing at number 19, Ohio State 34-22 with about 90 seconds to play before intermission. Inside 3 minutes to play in the first half. 25th-ranked Connecticut leads Butler 34-20. And an earlier final sees number 5 Baylor get by West Virginia 77-68. The next round of games will be tipping off here at the top of the hour. South Florida and number 10 Houston. Also number 22 Loyola Chicago visits Evansville. At 8:30 Kansas State goes to number 23 Texas. And at 9, 8th-ranked Wisconsin goes to Northwestern. Iowa State is at Texas Tech in the battle of top 20 teams. And Tennessee on the road in Nashville to take on Vanderbilt. That game also starts at 9 p.m. Well, Miami off to a hot start and leading Carolina 49-22 at the break. It is by far and away the Heels' biggest deficit at the break this year, surpassing the 11 that Kentucky led Carolina by in the Big Blue win earlier this year. Miami 49, Carolina 22. Ultimate halftime highlights after the break from Learfield.
Catches it, a spin move, drop step to the baseline. Two-handed jam. Steps back for three. Nailed it from way downtown. Drives the lane. Kaboom! Count it! And gets the foul. Are you kidding me?
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech that makes every drive as exciting as a game-winning buzzer beater. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Tar Heel student athletes come to Carolina to compete and to gain a world-class education. With more than 500 scholarships across 28 sports, Carolina recruits student athletes who are committed to excellence both in the classroom and on the field. Your support is critical to helping Carolina attract the very best. Make a gift to athletic scholarships today at campaign.unc.edu/athletics.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines scenes at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
Carolina BMW dealers, providing legendary performance, exceptional offers, and a premium ownership experience. At BMW, we only make one thing, the ultimate driving machine.
Miami 49, Carolina 22. That's our score here at the break. Dave Nathan back for more of the Wells Fargo halftime show with ultimate halftime highlights, and unfortunately, just one lonely highlight to get to as Carolina knocks down 4 of 17 from three-point land. Caleb Love had one of those.
Love will try another three-pointer and knock it in. Carolina finally sees a basket go in.
It's been that kind of a half. Just one highlight as Miami leads Carolina 49-22. We'll run through some more numbers and update the stats presented by the Campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels when we come back. The Heels down by 27 from Learfield.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12.
Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Tanya Novakowski of Rose Hill Magnolia Elementary School in Rose Hill. Her project, Farming with Worms, is sponsored by 4 County Electric Membership Cooperation based in Burgos.
If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
Harris Teeter has partnered with UNC, NC State, Wake Forest, and Duke to bring you the Big Four Grocery Assist Sweepstakes. Each week a contestant is chosen, and they win $5 in free groceries for every assist by a Big Four school that week. Plus, one grand prize winner will be selected for the Big Four VIP shoot-around prize package. Invite up to 20 friends and family for a private scrimmage at the Big Four school of your choice. Visit harristeeter.com and look for the Grocery Assist Sweepstakes section to enter. Harris Teeter, where Tar Heel fans love to shop.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Miami leads Carolina at the break 49-22. The 27-point halftime deficit, the largest that anybody's been able to find since Carolina trailed at Duke 53-26 at the break back on March the 6th, 2010. That wound up as an 82-50 final. And so Carolina in a real big hole here in comeback mode for the game's final 20 minutes. We'll run through the stats presented by the Campaign for Carolina after we pause 10 seconds for a station ID. Down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Get the first weather forecast at 6:05 here on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Carolina in the first half shoots just 7 of 31. That's 22.5%. Kerwin Walton, the only Tar Heel who took a shot to shoot 50%. Leaky Black 0 for 2. R.J. Davis 0 for 5. Brady Manick 2 for 6. Caleb Love 2 for 9. Baycott 1 for 3. And Garcia 0 for 2. The Heels 4 of 17 from three-point land, 4 of 5 at the stripe. Coughed it up 10 times. In stark contrast, Miami shooting a sizzling 58% on 18 of 31. 8 of 14 from three-point land. That's 57%. 5 of 8 from the line and only turned it over 3 times. Carolina's got 6 assists on those 7 made baskets. The Canes have assisted on 10 of 18. And again, Wardenberg leading the way with 17 for Miami. Wong with 15. McGusty has 12. Those are the 3 heavy hitters for Miami, all in double figures. Carolina hasn't gotten anybody past 6 points so far in the first half. Manic leads the way with 6. Walton and Love both with 5 for Carolina. Baycott and Davis with 3 for the Tar Heels, who trail Miami at the break 49-22. That's it for the stats presented by the Campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more. Tar Heels will take our final break here at the Wells Fargo halftime show and send things back down to Coral Gables. Jones and Eric will take you the rest of the way. This has been the Wells Fargo halftime show, brought to you by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. The Tar Heels trail the Miami Hurricanes 49-22. We're back after this from Learfield.
If you want the nation's best auto insurer, look no further than North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Rated #1 in Crash Network's Insurer Report Card, we're the only insurer in the nation to receive an A+ rating from auto body shops in 2020 and 2021. Our philosophy is simple. Be fair, be quick, be the best. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
Well, Tar Heels facing what is their largest halftime deficit ever, matching the largest found halftime deficit ever, 27 points in an incredibly one-sided first half. So, Eric, the trusted choice of the game as far as what Carolina needs to do better in the second half, brought to you by the trusted choice independent insurance agents of North Carolina. They want you to stay safe behind the wheel, put down your phone while driving, have a hands-free in seat. To learn more, find an agent near you, trustedchoice.com/GoHeels. Something has to change for Carolina, whether it's quality of play, whether it's just trying something different. Can't have a 20 minutes like you just had.
Well, you gave up 20 points off your turnovers to Miami. That in itself brings this game within 7 points. Then Love, Davis, and Black, and this is not their fault, but here's an example of how it is to be Carolina right now. Love, Davis, and Black go 1 of 7 from behind the arc and 2 of 16 from any kind of field goals tonight in the first half. So Carolina's got plenty of opportunity. We'll see if they grab any of it.
Miami will have the basketball first with this sizable advantage. McGusty with Leaky Black guarding him, kicks it out to Wong. He's checked by Love. Drives right of the lane, sends it in the right corner to Miller. He drives to the ACC logo, comes up short on his 12-footer. Brady Manick with the rebound. R.J. Davis to a trailing Manick. Pump fake for 3. Tried to underhand it to Black. It was tipped away, but into the hands of Baycott for the dunk. Baycott with just 5 points in total. Baycott had his right thumb wrapped for a large portion of the first half. Took it off at one point. Does not have that wrap on there starting half number 2. McGusty, left of the lane, out to Wardenberg. He's been hot all night, and he strips the net on another three. He now has a career-high 20. Baycott and Black both went with McGusty, leaving Wardenberg wide open, and Justin McCoy has already come to the scorer's table. 52-24. Love, hesitation, dribble, and drive. Takes the contact from Wardenberg, can't finish. Rebound Miami. 2-on-2. McGusty stops, pops, misses. Baycott with the glass. He'll give it to Davis. Davis turns the Jets on, stops at the left elbow. Heels going left to right here in the second half as we see it. Davis kicks it to Manick. Wide open for three. It pops out. He could not be any more open in the right corner, but he has had a tough night tonight. Just 2 of 7 shooting. All 7 of his shots are three-pointers.
Well, and that's an example. Look, I'm a fan of Brady Manick, but you got to take a step in. There's no reason why that has to be a three-pointer right now. He was not even guarded that far out as there's a foul on Baycott as he guarded Wardenberg, who did a pretty good job of staying in front of him, but got onto Wardenberg's side. Wardenberg was below the plane of the backboard, and yet Baycott just put his body on him. So that's going to be Baycott's third, and pretty quick at 18:07 in the half, Baycott's dealing with foul trouble.
Leaky Black out, McCoy in. Inbounds goes to Miller, out to Wardenberg. Wardenberg to Moore in the middle of the court. 11 on the shot clock. He drives, sends it in the right corner to McGusty. Extra pass, Miller. His three rattles in and out. Baycott alone for the rebound. Ahead to Love. It's still 52-24, a 28-point deficit. Baycott, the drive and pitch out to R.J. Davis. Boy, Carolina just can't get anything to go. Long pitch ahead, Moore gets out in front. R.J. Davis gets back and blocks the shot in transition. Good hustle by Davis. Comes the other way. Gets to the cup. His shot pinned off the glass. That'll be a goaltend. Jordan Miller called for the goaltend as Davis gets the bucket. That is R.J. Davis's first field goal of the game. Coming off
court pressure.
Yep, coming off a game, Eric, where he had 21 on 8 of 11 shooting. Now that pressure eases up from Carolina as Moore, still with Davis there, walks it front side. 52-26. Heels have been in trouble most of the night. Wong, good defense by Love on the penetration. Sends it to Wardenberg, back out to Wong. 8 on the shot clock. Wardenberg, pump fake, drives, sends it in the corner. McGusty gets by McCoy, hangs in the air in the lane, no good. Miller tips the rebound. Baycott had a hand on it. Eventually it was Love who scoops it up off the deck on the baseline. Carolina the other way, down low to Baycott. Drives hard against Wardenberg, nothing there. Tries to go up and under, has the shot blocked. Boy, Wardenberg's played about as well as you can down low as Baycott swats away the drive by Moore, and then a loose ball foul. Moore fouls Love, who was going for the loose ball after Baycott's block. Foul on Moore, his third. First on Miami this half. I mean, Sam Wardenberg, the super senior from New Zealand, 20 points, a career high. He's played good defense against Baycott in the post. 7 of 8 from the field, 5 of 5 from 3. Has 2 rebounds to go along with those 20 points. Davis with Carolina down big. Angles to the cup and gets it in on the right side.
You know, R.J. Davis, the will factor has been there for him. It just sometimes he runs out of runway, but you can tell he is really trying to get this team to pull back into shape.
52-28. Wong. Boy, hangs in the air, can't finish through traffic. Gestures to the officials that he wanted a foul after Carolina gets the rebound. Love, front court. At the top of the key, over to McCoy on the left wing, looking for Baycott down low. Wardenberg fronting him. McCoy lost the basketball, gets it back, dumps it down to Baycott, spins, pivots, and scores from the left. Nice move by Baycott to get Carolina a little closer at 52-30. Tar Heels have certainly come out with some new energy in the second half, but such a long mountain to climb. Bensley Joseph, who's back in, dribbles around to the free throw line, missed the shot, rebound tipped out, though Wong able to run it down. Gets it on the left sideline, pump fake for 3, and then hits it in. Love trying to recover, flew by him on the pump. Wong has 18. His season high is 25, career high is 30. So another player, as Wardenberg, going to be called for the block on Baycott's drive. First foul on Wardenberg, and first thing he's done wrong tonight. So Wong closing in on a season high. Wardenberg already with a career high. And Miami leads at 55-30. Carolina will have the ball with 15:08 to go after this. Tar Heel basketball from Learfield.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale.
30 all Miami here, 15:08 to go in the second half. Harris Teeter assisting you with groceries this basketball season. Each week, one winner will receive free groceries for every assist through the Big Four Grocery Assist Sweepstakes. HarrisTeeter.com and look for the Grocery Assist Sweepstakes section to enter. Tar Heels come out of the timeout with Davis, Walton, McCoy, Manick, and Baycott as the five on the floor. Caleb Love in a deep conversation right now with Jeff Lebo on the Tar Heel bench. Carolina will have 21 seconds on the shot clock when action gets going again. Miami has hit 10 three-pointers in the game, 10 of 18. That is 63%. This is a team that came in shooting about 35% on the season, so they have shot it really well tonight. And the scoreboard, that North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, reflects that with Miami up 25. They led by 27 at half. McCoy will be the inbounder on the baseline for the Tar Heels. Gets it into Walton in the corner left, up the sideline to Manick, now to Baycott, right back to Manick. Has struggled from the outside and airballs that one. Boy, an unusually poor night shooting for Manick, who had been 7 of 14 from three in his last two, but has had a tough time tonight. Garcia comes to the scorer's table as McGusty drives, takes contact, finishes, and he'll have a chance for three.
Well, the tolerance leash is short right now, and it should be, but for Hubert Davis, I think that Garcia is going to come in for Manick after Manick's air ball. You know, obviously he struggled with shooting, but on those plays coming out of a dead ball situation, you got to try and get something. And, you know, nobody wants to make those shots more than Manick. But right now, the margin for error, there isn't one.
McGusty now with 15 after his free throw goes in. 58-30. Most threes Miami's made in an ACC game this year is 11. Most in any game is 14. They have 10 tonight. Again, that's just part of the puzzle of why the Hurricanes have such a dominant advantage. McCoy, bounce pass in the paint, right of the lane to Baycott. Spins against Wardenberg.
And traveled. Yep, he sure did. He traveled on Wardenberg. I think he may have stepped on his foot and got himself off balance, and then there was a dive. I think Wong came down to try and double team him on the baseline side, and he just traveled.
11th turnover for Carolina. Miami has 3. McGusty hands off to Wong. Drives hard right of the lane out to Wardenberg. Penetrates to the elbow, gives it right back to Wong. Step back 3, good, and Walton fouled him. When it rains, he'll have a chance for 4 as Leaky Black checks in. It is 61-30. Wong with 21, Wardenberg with 20. Career high for Wardenberg, closing in on a season high for Wong. His career high is 30.
You know, so much of what Carolina, when they have looked good this year, and they've looked good on many occasions, so much of it is that offensive balance. And right now, they cannot get it into the hands of Baycott inside, and they cannot find that offensive balance. A quick drive and 2 by Davis as he just kind of wills one in on a soft floater from about 4 feet just in front of the charge circle.
62-32. This is the second time this year Carolina's trailed by 30 or more points. A stunning stat. Wardenberg misses a 3, but offensive rebound by Anthony Walker, who checked in. Tried to cross the court to Joseph, Baycott nearly stole it, but couldn't come up with it, and then there's a foul on the Tar Heels. Leaky Black's had a contact knocked out. The foul was on Leaky Black, his first. Wardenberg will be at the free throw line looking for a career high. Or excuse me, he's already hit that with 20. So each point he gets will be another one. Love is going to check in for Black, who will go to the bench to try to get that contact problem fixed.
Boy, this Miami team has, Wardenberg misses the free throw, but this Miami team has done such a good job of moving the basketball. It never sits in somebody's hand. If it does, it's because they're driving the basketball just intensely into the middle, and then they get out and they just pitch it around and around and around until they find a shooter. And there have been a plenty of shooters to choose from tonight. Wong, 5 of 6 from deep. Wardenberg, 5 of 6 from deep. And the list just goes on.
Baycott back to the basket at the right elbow. Drives in and is able to lay it in with the left hand.
And Baycott's got to be on the move. He does not have a really great post-move selection of catching in the post per se, or proper and moving. He's got to be on the move, and so Carolina trying to find a way to get him on the move.
McGusty off the glass from the left side. Miami continues to shoot the ball well, even though this half they've cooled off. They're still at 51% for the game. Dontrez Styles has come to the scorers table for Carolina. 65-34. McCoy dumps it in the paint to Baycott. Double team comes, tries to spin away from it. Sends it all the way out middle of the floor to Love. Love elevates against Wong. Three-pointer won't go. Baycott with the offensive rebound and putback, and Baycott is shaken up. He immediately grabs his left ankle.
It did not look like he came down full weight on that left ankle. I'm not saying that he's trying to walk it off. But the good news is it did not look to be full weight on that, and he seems to be okay. Nobody's coming in for him.
He's staying in the game, and obviously that is terrific news. Baycott, 11 points and 11 rebounds. So he has come to play, especially here in the second half. He has 8 points in this second half. So another double-double for him, his 13th of the year. Of course, it comes in an effort where the Tar Heels are down by 29 right now. Wong looked like he double dribbled after he lost the basketball, able to recover it. Ends up in the left corner, and a three-pointer by Bensley Joseph.
Well, R.J. Davis was a part of that double team with Love out in front of the Miami bench, and that long cross-court pass to Joseph, and Davis was the one who had to recover.
That's 12 as Baycott is fouled on the other side. That's 12 three-pointers made by Miami, a season high against an ACC opponent. Jordan Miller with the foul on Baycott. Believe Armando will have 2 shots when action resumes. It is a 32-point deficit, 68-36. 11:49 to go. Tar Heel basketball from Learfield.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
Miami has 24 points off 11 Tar Heel turnovers. They have outscored Carolina 24-2 in that category. Canes 12 of 21 from three-point range, including Wardenberg and Wong, a combined 10 of 12. Holy cow.
And Jones, go ahead.
No, 68. I don't want to say it. 68-36. I wish I didn't have to say that, Eric. 32-point deficit with 11:49 to go. Baycott will be at the line for 2 shots in just a minute.
Yeah, and 1 turnover here in this half. I mean, if you're trying to glean some positive, it's that there has been 1 turnover by Carolina in this half. But right now it's really, this game may well be out of reach, probably is. So it's how do you perform, what do you do, what do you demonstrate to your teammates, to yourself, to your coaches as to how you're going to finish the last 11:50. And I think it's a big question for Carolina. I mean, Baycott has tried to answer from what he can, but he's not bringing the ball up. R.J. Davis has answered what he can by making good shots, good attempts, driving into the lane, trying to find some way to loosen this Miami defense up. But Carolina's got a chance to at least try and go down swinging, and that's something that they're going to see if they can pull it off.
It's going to be Davis, Love, Stiles, Garcia, Baycott. Rodney Miller, who is almost 25 years old, has checked in for Miami. He's 24 years, 10 months old, a 6-year player. He'll be in the front court along with Miller, McGusty, Moore, and Joseph still out there as Baycott's free throw is good. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina is the official health insurance partner of Carolina Athletics and believes in inclusive communities, a healthy community. Second free throw good. They resolve to be a champion for women everywhere by supporting women's athletics to help empower our future leaders. 30-point game, 68-38. McGusty on the left sideline after some pressure from Carolina in the backcourt. Miami able to break it. Joseph, the freshman from Arlington, Massachusetts, running the point. Hands off to McGusty. Stiles and Baycott try to double him up. He's able to force it over to Joseph. Now to Moore, open 3 off the front iron. Long rebound. Run down by Davis. Tries to go the other way. Crossover against McGusty, and he earns the foul on the veteran Hurricane. McGusty's an older guy, too. He's over 24 years old. But this is an old Miami team. McGusty, redshirt senior. Wardenberg, redshirt senior. Rodney Miller's a redshirt senior. A lot of older players on this team. up by 30 right now. Certainly that's no excuse for how Carolina has performed or the score. Just the fact, as Davis tried to drive right baseline, had his pass tipped out of bounds. 20 on the shot clock. Carolina keeps possession. Davis still looking, and he's going to have to take a timeout. And that'll stretch to a full. 11:13 to go. 68-38 from Learfield.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Plus, you're supporting local communities by empowering tomorrow's leaders. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines at Smith Drugs of Forest City.
North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard weighted heavily towards the Hurricanes, 68-38. Miami's led by as many as 32. Tar Heels led early 3-0, 5-2, but then it is, since that point, been all Canes. Carolina has been better in this second half, but was down by 27 at halftime and is continuing to try and scrap against this Miami team that has played very, very well. Tar Heels have played poorly with 11 turnovers, shooting just 32% for the game, while the Hurricanes have shot 51%, including making 12 of 22 three-pointers. Davis, Love, Stiles, Manick, Garcia will be the five on the floor. Dontre Stiles, the freshman from Kinston's been in for the last couple minutes. McCoy, Baycott, Black, Walton have all played as well. Anthony Harris not on the trip, unavailable for Carolina. Have yet to see DeMarco Dunn or Puff Johnson, although would have to think if this game continues down this path, those two will get some run as well. Tar Heels entered this week knowing it was a big one and assuming that you don't see the largest comeback in Carolina history here. Saturday is going to be an enormous one in Winston-Salem for Carolina to try and bounce back. Still 11:13 to go here, though, as Stiles inbounds in the left corner to Love. Manick, now Garcia, hands off to Love. Drives right of the lane, kicks it in the corner right to Stiles. Good look at three, and he knocks it in.
Well, there you go with an out-of-bounds play that ends up getting you points. That's something Carolina has not found tonight with those set plays, so that was a good execution.
Ding Gak is in the game for the first time for Miami. Somehow Wong gets wide open in the corner, but missed the three. Manick and Garcia both fighting for the rebound. Eventually it's Manick able to pick it up off the floor. He'll give it to Davis. 68-41. Davis over to Love, well out on the left. In the corner left, Garcia. Drives to the free throw line, pitches it to Stiles. Penetration, hangs, shoots off the back iron. Manick, well, I thought he had good position for the rebound, but couldn't squeeze it. Charlie Moore snuck in there and took it out of his hands. Miami guard weaves front court and has a shot blocked by Manick. as he got right of the lane, Eric.
And it was a good drive in the middle by Styles. That's something that we've seen time and again from Miami. We know how potent it can be for Carolina and how important it can be for Carolina. But he was not able to finish. But what he did and how he did it, and here comes DeMarco Dunn to your calling there, Jones. He'll come in for R.J. Davis, and we'll probably see some extended minutes from these young freshmen, see how they fare.
By the way, Wong is a 29% three-point shooter. He's 5 of 7 tonight. Misses a long 2 on the right baseline. Good challenge by Styles to help force the miss. 68-41. Love's pass intercepted, and it will turn into a two-handed throwdown on the other side by Jordan Miller.
Well, that is insult to injury. It's a lazy pass up top. It's a long one across the top. You know, if you're every single player knows that is a dangerous pass to make.
Manick trying to spin into heavy traffic, and he does earn 2 couple free throws. Foul is on Gak, I believe. Ding Gak, another veteran player. He's in his 5th year for Miami. Originally from Australia, born in Cairo. Moved to Australia before he was even 1 year old. Manick will have a couple of free throws here for Carolina. 70-41. Manick short on his free throw. He's a 78% shooter. Mentioned this stat last game, but after a bunch of free throw attempts early, Manick, these are just his 4th and 5th free throws in his last 12 games. He does knock in the second one, has 7 points now on the evening. Baycott, the only Tar Heel in double figures with 13. He also has 11 rebounds. Davis with 9, Manick with 7. Meanwhile, Wong has 22, Wardenberg 21, McGusty 17 for Miami. Manick gets switched on McGusty. McGusty backs up. He's going to try to go one-on-one against him. Hesitates, drives right in the lane, and has a shot blocked, but also gets a whistle. Garcia came to help. Not sure if it's going to be Manick or Garcia. It'll be on Garcia, his 3rd. 5th foul on Carolina, but it will be 2 shots for McGusty.
You know, if McGusty is a really good driver, and if he's ISO'd one-on-one with Brady Manick, who of the defenders that Carolina has on the court is probably least equipped to guard him in a one-on-one situation. McGusty misses, a rare miss for McGusty from the foul line. He's 4 of 5, now 4 of 6 from the foul line this evening. But you got to have some kind of help, and so that's where the spacing is so much trouble. Second free throw goes in for McGusty, but spacing that Miami puts you under means that you've got to travel a long distance to give that help, and if it's in the middle of the court, it's trouble.
Corner 3, Garcia, boy, in and out. Carolina just has had a miserable time behind the arc. Miami the other way. Moore, pretty good defensive job, honestly, by Garcia, as Moore had every dribble trick in his book to try to get by him. Couldn't do so, and eventually the ball lost out of bounds by Miami. Good job there by Garcia. It earned some oohs and ahs for Moore's dribble work, but Garcia didn't let him by him. Carolina does have the basketball. 71-42. Heels are 5 of 23 from three-point range. That's not quite 22%, as a foul up high on McGusty, his 2nd. 6 on Miami this half. 8:46 to go. It is 71-42. Carolina, even though McGusty's been on the Hurricanes for 3 years now, Heels have never seen him before. Previous 2 seasons, he was unavailable when these two met, as Garcia's line drive 3 is good from the right sideline. That is Garcia's first field goal since the Kentucky game. He had been 0 of his previous 15 since then. 71-45. McGusty stopped on his baseline drive by Styles, sends it out to Wong. 9 on the shot clock. Wong crosses over, gets deep. Good defense by Love. Tipped by Gak, won't go on the offensive rebound. Dunn out of the scrum. Dunn comes up the right sideline to a trailing Love. Now Garcia drives hard, and he's going to be tied up by Jordan Miller. The possession arrow does belong to Carolina. So with an even 8 minutes to go in the second half, Tar Heels will have the ball after this timeout. 71-45, 21 seconds on the shot clock for the Heels. It's all Miami from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first. For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Catches it, a spin move, drop step to the baseline. Two-handed jam. Steps back for 3. Nailed it from way downtown.
Drives the lane, kaboom, count it, and gets the foul. Are you kidding me?
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan with game-changing tech that makes every drive as exciting as a game-winning buzzer beater. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Carolina down 71-45. This game, story of this game is the first half, of course. Miami led 49-22 at halftime after the Canes shot 58%, including 8 of 14 from 3 in that first half. Meanwhile, in the first 20 minutes, Carolina just couldn't do much. Turned it over 10 times, was 7 of 31 from the field, including 4 of 17 from three-point range. So with that 27-point deficit, obviously an incredible mountain to try and climb here in the second half. Carolina has looked better, but is still way behind, 71-45 with 8 minutes to go. Heels will have Love, Dunn, Styles, Manic, Garcia on the floor. Can't believe that you'll see, well, I shouldn't say that. I would be surprised if you see Armando Bacot again, even though Bacot does have a double-double, came in with the sore thumb. Also took a tumble, seemed to tweak his left ankle, although he stayed in the game. But he has now been on the bench for a while, even though he has 13 points, 11 rebounds. Leaky Black has not played much tonight for the Tar Heels. He started both halves, but was subbed out pretty early in each the first and second half. He is on the bench. McCoy, R.J. Davis, Kerwin Walton all there as well. They've all played tonight for the Tar Heels. Black has played just 10 minutes tonight for Carolina in this 71-45 Miami advantage. All smiles from the Hurricane players as they joke with one another, waiting for action to get going again. And why not? They have dominated this one. Well, Bacot's coming to the scorer's table, so I said all that, and I'll shut my mouth. Styles on the right wing. Drives into the lane, kicks it left corner to Dunn. Freshman's 3 is off the iron. Rebound pulled down on the weak side by Wong. Front court Miami. Wong. Good job by Styles stopping the drive. Wong eases up. Tries to go right side by the freshman, blocked, but Styles, I think, got his other hand too much involved down low and picks up the foul. First foul on Styles and 6th on Carolina. 2 shots coming for Wong, who is a 71% shooter. Wong 3 off his season high of 25, 8 off his career high of 30. And he misses the free throw. Wardenberg appears to be injured. Something's wrong with his right leg as he's going to limp heavily to the end of the Miami bench. Jordan Miller, the junior from Middleburg, Virginia, returns. Manic is the man who checks out, and Bacot does indeed return. as Wong hits the second free throw, 72-45. Love up the court, hands off on the right sideline to Dunn. Crosses the court with the pass to Stiles, hands off left sideline to Garcia, right back to Stiles in the corner. Stutter step into the paint, off the glass, and gets the roll.
Well, now he's done it with his right hand, he's done it with his left, and what he's doing is what we have seen Wong do successfully time and again. Just goes so hard into a drive into the middle with good spacing that you have a choice. You either got to let him shoot it or you foul him.
Tar Heels trying to get McGusty bottled up near the timeline. He's able to work around it, kicks it in the corner to Walker. His pass out to Wong, almost taken away by Love, but somehow Wong able to get it back and then split a double team in the air on his drive for the layup. Boy, what an athletic play by Wong. As Love can't answer with a floater on the other side. Miami with the board. Watch out, Canes are running. Ends up to Walker, and he's fouled as he tried to elevate for the tomahawk. Fouls on Dunn. And that'll put Anthony Walker to the line for 2 shots. Wong now matching his season high of 25 points as McCoy and Davis at the scorer's table for Carolina with 6:27 to go.
Yeah, Coach Davis is reluctant to just kind of let things totally unravel, but leaving substitutes in for a long time. Garcia and Love will go out, and McCoy and Davis will come in, and at least want to close out with feeling like there's some semblance of control in how Carolina is playing, even if the output is not great. The outcome is not great.
Yep, second free throw too strong here. McCoy gets a good look at 3, no good. Baycott gets the rebound, goes back up and scores. Baycott has 12 this half.
Yeah, he just got his hand in the middle of Miller and popped it loose. And then, Baycott, I mean, he's going to stay after a rebound, and he just kept grabbing for it, and Miller finally gave up.
75-49 with 5:55 to go. Stiles against McGusty. Try to step back triple, no good. Tell you, Stiles has showed himself well as another turnover. R.J. Davis with the lollipop pass that was taken away by McGusty. There have been a couple of those this half. Love had one. Davis, just a telegraphed easy pass that was taken away. I was going to say Stiles has given Carolina some good effort minutes here off the bench as he tries to earn a little more time in a more competitive game in the future. As Dunn on the drive, left baseline, banks it home.
You're trying to glean some positives from this, and now I've seen Stiles and Dunn on the court for a handful of minutes. They do have some real bright spots, these freshmen.
Tar Heels try to double up Wong. He's able to work it out of there. Ends up right corner to Moore. Pump fake for 3, and the drive. Moore undercuts Baycott, and Baycott is hurt. Baycott elevated to try and block the shot, and Moore took his legs out, and Baycott landed on his tailbone. Baycott is still down, almost crawling on the floor. That's his 4th. Moore to the line. Doug Halverson is out to talk to Baycott. (77-51). Baycott now does roll over off his stomach onto his back.
Still hard to figure out exactly what's got him in such a bind, if it's his tailbone or if it's something.
But he is writhing.
Yeah, he is in excruciating pain. You just hate to see this big guy who is just given his heart and soul. I still think it is lower back. I mean, that seems to be what Doug has got his hand on, and Baycott cannot get all the way flat.
Now Hubert Davis is going to come off the bench. Eric Hoots is there. Justin McCoy is going to go check on Baycott too. it was Baycott had gone way up to try and challenge the driving attempt by Moore. Moore, after letting the ball go, kind of ducked his body down, undercut Baycott's legs, and Baycott just came tumbling down on its tailbone area. Oh, nothing to break his fall, just hard onto the floor. He is now up, but limping dramatically. Moore does come over to bump fist with Baycott. There was certainly nothing Moore did on the play that he was trying to do anything dirty.
No, of course not.
It was just a severe collision. Now Baycott is walking with a little more normalcy as he gets to the Carolina bench area. Let's see, I'm not sure if he's going to go to the end of the bench or just head on to the back. He will sit down on the end of the Tar Heel bench. Now I think it's fair to say you won't see Baycott anymore in this one with 5 minutes to go. Puff Johnson has checked in. Baycott now has his head in his hands on the bench with Doug Halverson talking to him. Has a towel, and Armando now covering his face in still some obvious discomfort. Free throw good by Moore. (78-51).
Oh, that is not what you want to see when you're down a monstrous amount of points with short time on the clock.
Both free throws good. 79-51. Dunn between the circles. Drives left of the lane, kicks it in the corner to Johnson. Again, Puff checked in. Passes up the sideline to Stiles, back in the corner to Johnson. Drives on the baseline, and he's bumped and fouled by McGusty. Third foul on McGusty. That'll put Puff Johnson at the free throw line for a 1-and-1. Johnson, just his second game this year. Missed 30 total games. 15 last year, 15 this year. He did take 2 free throws last season and was 2 of 2. This one's off the back iron, way up in the air, rattles around the rim and comes out. Wong able to go get it. 79-51. Baycott continuing to be looked at the end of the Carolina bench by Doug Halverson. Boy, a bad night in Coral Gables has turned worse as Wong misses the three-pointer from straight on. Rebound, Puff Johnson. R.J. Davis, scooping shot with the right hand, no good. McGusty with the rebound. Tar Heels going to fall to 12-5, 4-2 in ACC play. Miami will improve to 14-4, 6-1 atop the ACC. Charlie Moore drives, tries to hand off to Miller. It got tipped away. Miami keeps possession. Out to Moore. His three is well short. An air ball will bounce over the baseline and belong to Carolina after this. 3:53 to go. 79-51. Miami has been in control a large majority of this one and is up by 28 from Learfield.
Get cracking and feel unbeatable with new omelet bites from Dunkin'. Bacon and cheddar or egg white and veggie, made with cage-free eggs and packed with protein, so you can get out there and do whatever it is you need to do. Whether it's sending an email, walking your dog, or doing both at the same time while dropping your kid off at school. Take on today with new omelet bites from Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'. Participation may vary. Limited time offer.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale.
Tar Heels going to fall to 3-2 on the road and 3-5 away from the Smith Center. Carolina has looked like a very different team at home versus on the road, and this will be another example of that tonight. Miami led by 27 at halftime and currently leads by 28, 79-51. It tied the largest recorded halftime deficit in Carolina history. Tar Heels were down 27 in the regular season finale in 2010, falling to Duke that game by 32 eventually and by 27 at the half. It was the largest, obviously, halftime deficit of the season. They have trailed by as many as 32 in this game. They've seen Sam Wardenberg get a career-high 21. McGusty has 20, Wong 25. 3 players with 20 or more points for Miami. Those 3 have 66 of Miami's 79 points. Those 3 alone have outscored the Heels by 15 tonight.
Well, and you knew coming in, I mean, you just, with the exception of Charlie Moore with only 7, I mean, those are the guys.
Yep.
And you thought Moore, I mean, I think we would have probably all included Moore in the 20-plus category if you said the Canes are going to have this kind of an offensive night. But it's Wardenberg that's really picked up the slack with just this exceptional career performance.
3-pointer missed by Walton. Long rebound tip by Carolina, but to Miami. The Heels are 6 of 27 from three-point range. That's 22%. 27 of their 56 shots, almost half, have been three-pointers. Tar Heels came in as the best three-point shooting team in the conference, but have struggled mightily tonight. McGusty misses a long shot. Carolina with the rebound. 3:08 to go. Dunn, Walton, Johnson, McCoy, Styles, the 5 on the floor for Carolina. Puff Johnson, hard drive on the left, had it knocked out of his hands, and then it bounced off his knee out of bounds. So it will turn over to Miami. Baycott no longer being attended to by Doug Halverson, the Tar Heel trainer. Armando still on the Carolina bench, has moved from the end of the bench back to sit with his teammates. And a lot of long faces over there, as you can imagine. Miami making a couple of subs as Wong will exit, as will Jordan Miller. Miami has now Bensley Joseph, McGusty, Ding Gak, Wugga Poplar, and still Charlie Moore out on the floor. Poplar in the right corner, 10 on the shot clock. 79-51 all Miami. Moore tries to drive. Good job by McCoy stopping that. Out to Joseph. He's able to work by the heels and scoop it in.
Been a lot of points in the paint tonight by Miami, and you look at that, it's been 24 points in the paint for the Canes to go along with that terrific shooting from the perimeter.
Puff Johnson, quick shot from the left corner, won't go. Styles working hard for the rebound, can't get it. Joseph ends up with it. 81-51. This will be the fewest points Carolina scored all season. Previous was 69 against Kentucky. Poplar with a 3, sure. He had been 3 of 19 on the season. Carolina's largest loss in ACC history is 40. Its largest loss ever is 43. Three-pointer rolls off by Styles. Good hard-fought rebound by Puff Johnson. Can't get the stick back, but another effort, this time by McCoy to tip it in. 84-53. Puff Johnson guarding Gak out in the middle of the floor. Over to Joseph. McGusty still in on the left wing. Puff Johnson doing his best to stay in front of him. McGusty hangs in the air, misses on the drive, and McCoy with the rebound. He'll send it to Dunn. Penetration right of the lane, gets the open look and banks it in. And Miami's going to take a timeout to sub as they'll bring in Thomas Oosterbrook, a freshman from the Netherlands, Rodney Miller, and Filipos Gogos, a sophomore from Greece.
You know, Carolina, when you think big picture about this game, and I know we'll have a chance to talk about it, but it seems like the thing that has been the constant is that when Carolina has something taken away from them offensively that they rely upon. Tonight it was the interior presence of Baycott initially in the first half. They became reliant upon making up for that with, and that loose ball is kicked out of bounds. It'll be Miami ball. Effort by Carolina was there by Puff Johnson and Dontrez Styles, but could not recapture it as it rolled out of bounds. And so I think the thing that Carolina has to recognize is even though you have three-point shooters, you can't just forego your offense and think that everything's going to be fixed by a three-point shot. And I think that's probably a hard lesson or a hard instructions to preach if you're talking to guys that are really good three-point shooters.
Inbounds goes to Oosterbrook, and he is fouled by Puff Johnson. Miami had drawn that play up, it appeared, for the freshman from the Netherlands to try to get his first points of the year. Johnson's foul, his first, and it will put Oosterbrook at the line for 2 shots. So he'll have a chance to get in the scorebook. 84-55. Free throw's good. So Oosterbrook with his first points. A walk-on from the Netherlands. Second one falls off. Puff Johnson with the rebound. DeMarco Dunn the other way for Carolina. 35 seconds to go. To Walton on the right wing. Hands off in the corner right to McCoy. Three-pointer is short. Styles way up for the rebound. Pump fake. Puts it in and draws the foul. Nice move there by Styles, who has 7 here in the second half in extended minutes. He has, as we've documented, played hard since coming in and getting an opportunity here. Of course, he doesn't want it this way with the score this way, but he has come in and made the most of it. Misses the free throw, though. Another guy who's hustled is Puff Johnson. He gets the rebound. Putback won't go. McCoy tips it once, twice. Styles tips it. None of them would go in. Golly Pete. 85-57. Miami dribbles it out. And Joseph will hold on until the final horn sounds. Carolina came to Coral Gables tonight expecting a hard-fought, close battle between two teams atop the ACC standings, and instead, the Tar Heels get their doors blown off by the Hurricanes. 85-57, the final score. Miami wins by 28 points. 3 Hurricane players score more than 20. Wong with a season-high tying 25. Wardenberg with a career-high 21. McGusty has 20. Baycott with another double-double, 15 and 12, the only Tar Heel to finish in double figures tonight. All Hurricanes in Coral Gables. They improved to 14 and 4, still atop the ACC at 6 and 1. Tar Heels dropped to 12 and 5, 4 and 2 in conference action. Coke Zero Sugar postgame report coming up. Tar Heel basketball from Learfield.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
The Rocket Mortgage Super Bowl Square Sweepstakes is back. Every score change will draw one winner from the square to win $50,000. Plus, 2 grand prize winners will win $500,000 they could use toward their dream home. Get in the game for free at RocketMortgageSquares.com. Rocket Mortgage, official mortgage sponsor of Super Bowl 56.
No purchase necessary. Legal residence of the 50 U.S. and D.C. of age. Majority ends February 11, 2022. Equal housing lender licensed all 50 states. NMLS number 3030. The NFL entities have not offered to sponsor this promotion in any way.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. Private healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-497-7252. That's 800-497-7252.
Tough night for Carolina on the road in Coral Gables, falling to Miami 85-57. Dave Nathan back in the Tar Heel Sports Network studios here. And the Coke Zero post-game report with scores, stats. Eric will give you his final thoughts. Jones will talk to Coach Davis. We'll run through the numbers, but before we do anything, we've just crossed over the top of the hour, so let's pause 10 seconds for a station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Thank you for making WCAB your radio station of choice for over 50 years. Let's keep it going. Turn it up. This is 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherford-Dunn.
And that is an historic win for the Canes, whose previous big win over Carolina was 26 points back in 2013. So a 28-point victory by Miami seals the deal and puts the Canes further atop the rest of the ACC pack now at 6-1. Carolina drops to 4-2 in the league. As far as what else is happening tonight on the schedule, Duke and Florida State should be tipping things off any moment now, along with Clemson and Syracuse. In the top 25, a good one brewing in Norman. Number 7, Kansas leads Oklahoma 65-62 with 11 seconds remaining. Ohio State has gone final, defeating IUPUI 83-37. Under 4 minutes to play in the second half. And Storrs, 25th-ranked UConn, leads Butler 66-45. An earlier final sees 5th-ranked Baylor toppling West Virginia 77-68. Also, number 10, Houston, up big on South Florida at the break, 38-18. Loyola Chicago with a 6-point advantage on Evansville at intermission, 30-24. 23rd-ranked Texas, 19. Kansas State, 12. Still almost 10 minutes to play in that matchup before halftime. A few other games to tip here at the top of the hour. Wisconsin is at Northwestern. Iowa State goes to Texas Tech. And Tennessee is at Vanderbilt. Our final score tonight from Coral Gables, it's Miami 85, Carolina 57. The Coke Zero postgame report continues in a moment from Learfield.
Hey, Carolina.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved. Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a basketball court 3 times with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. Trusted Choice independent insurance agents urge you and your families to put down your phone. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice independent insurance agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements in our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines at Smith's Drugs of Forest City. There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Part of your game day activities, make sure you don't get behind the wheel. There are more ways than ever to get home safely. Call a friend, a cab, take a bus, or app your ride. The Tar Heels will be departing Coral Gables here in just a bit on the short end of an 85-57 verdict. Jones will be speaking with Coach Davis in the Continental Tire Coaches Corner as well. But while we wait on that, let's head back down to the Watsco Center. Eric Montross standing by to recap this one. And big fella, this one got out of hand in a hurry. The Tar Heels were down 49-22 at the half. And you tell me where this one began to unravel.
Well, take your pick, Dave. I mean, I think there are a number of different areas that you can point to, and I think that we'll hear from Coach Davis what his thoughts are. He would certainly have the best insight into that. But I think that a couple things. First of all, we've talked a lot about how important Baycott is to Carolina's offense, and in the first half he was 1 of 3. And it wasn't that he was 1 of 3. It was that he only had 3 shot attempts. And it was just really hard to get him the ball. There were a number of turnovers. The ball had been forced in to try to get to him. Carolina wasn't doing a great job of reading the situation, and so they're forcing the passes, trying to do the right thing, trying to get in the hands of their big guy, but they just couldn't do it effectively. And so after that didn't work the first couple of times, well, then it's time to start working on a different tactic to get him the ball. Then in the second half, just to wrap up on Baycott, in the second half they did it much more on the move, put him into a situation where he was more mobile. that's where he excels, and that's where he ended the game 6 of 9 from the field with his 15 points and his 12 rebounds. But, another point, Adam Lucas, who's sitting here with us, and we're glad to have him on the broadcast with us all the time, he made a good point that Carolina's defense really didn't do the work that it needed to do. It only forced 4 turnovers tonight. 4 turnovers. So this is a team that only averages, 11 turnovers a game in Miami. And when you think about the amount of offense that Carolina gets out, it's 9.5 turnovers a game for Miami. Carolina needs that transition offense. They need it to be able to force the spacing to allow RJ and company to get inside, drive the ball, space the defense, and then pitch back out to their shooters. But instead what was happening was that their defense wasn't coughing it up. Miami was making a lot of shots, and so Carolina was relying upon going down to a fixed defense. And then that defense, that first line of defense for Miami was so good that Carolina was unable to move the ball with the efficiency that they normally do. They could not crack that defensive line, and then they started forcing up shots from a distance, and they weren't making them. And I think that, that may just be the tip of the iceberg. It sounds like a lot, but I think that Carolina had a myriad of errors that contributed to their early demise.
It's the 11th worst loss for Carolina versus an ACC opponent all time, as the final reads 85-57 to Miami. Quick note here on Miami, because you know this, they give scholarships in Coral Gables as well. Wong and McGusty came into tonight's game as the leading scoring duo in the ACC, and those two combined for 45. But Wardenberg, he was the variable in this one that really got hot quickly, finishes with 21. And you take those three guys by themselves, they outscored Carolina 66-57. How did Wardenberg get things done today?
Well, first of all, let's just say Sam Wardenberg didn't sneak up on anybody. Everybody knew, the scouting report knew that he was a very talented player. Sam was not shooting the ball particularly well in this season from deep. In fact, he was only shooting 38, almost 39% from behind the arc, which isn't a terrible percentage for a three-point shooter, but he just didn't have a ton of attempts. And so tonight, because he is mobile, because he was a guy that was involved a lot with these guards that were busy driving to the basket, Wardenberg could find distance, and you just slid him out, and you either slid him out on the lateral, or you put him in a position where he could catch and shoot just on a pop back off the screen. And let's say that you start in the center of the court, you go into a screen and roll, the guard goes to the basket, the big guy who set the screen, in this case Wardenberg, just steps back to behind the three-point line, and the defense has been sucked in. And we talk about it, how great it is when Carolina does that, because it opens up their shooters. Well, it did that tonight for Miami, and Wardenberg was the recipient, and he really stroked it. I mean, he had a wonderful game, not just offensively, but also defensively. And I think that we talked about the guys that are kind of your usual suspects for Miami. It's Warden, it's Wong, it's Moore, it's McGusty. And Moore was not there tonight as far as the offensive output, finished with just 7 points. But Wardenberg really took up the slack, and he was 1 of 3, as we've talked about, to score 20 or more.
These stats are presented by the campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels. Big fella, 30 points off turnovers for Miami, 5 for Carolina. The Canes only gave it up 4 times. The Heels coughed it up 14 times. That's just another recipe for disaster in a game like this on the road, isn't it?
Well, I think that, taking care of the ball is always the premium. There were 20 points that Carolina gave up on their first half turnovers. First half turnovers accounted for 20 points for Miami. And you think about it, Miami's lead was 27 at halftime. And, you're going to turn the ball over. That's part of the game. But it was almost as adding insult to injury for Carolina. And that 20 points was the part of this that was insurmountable. And I think that's where, when Carolina started, they had trouble because Baycott, they weren't able to get him the ball inside, so they forced turnovers there. Then that first line of defense for Miami was so good that they forced turnovers there. And so Carolina got out of rhythm. They got out of sync. They tried to do it on their own. They forced themselves into tough situations. Those situations that are kind of ad hoc, it's you creating in the moment. Our players are not good enough to create in the moment and have good things happen. They need each other, and that's when Carolina has been the best, is when they've relied upon each other. Those turnovers, many of them were created when they were trying to do stuff on their own.
Eric, we'll leave things with kind of a glance ahead. The Tar Heels have only had one 2-game losing streak all year, and that was all the way back in November up in Connecticut. Tough loss against Purdue, and then the mess against Tennessee. But since then, I think Carolina's followed up every loss, and there haven't been that many, with pretty good performances. You go back to the last loss before tonight at Notre Dame. Carolina comes back and destroys Virginia 74-58. So if there could be any silver lining that comes out of a game like this, history tells us that the Tar Heels should be pretty formidable on the road at Joel Coliseum on Saturday against a much improved Wake Forest team that really is competing to be in the top half of the league.
Yeah, well, this is a big game for Carolina on Saturday, and I think it's for all the reasons that you've just mentioned. It's important to show that you can bounce back. It's important because of what it does for the standings across the league. But I think that Carolina has to find a way to keep from having these big peaks and valleys in their performances. And the recipe for the valleys has been pretty consistent. You have really good athletic teams that take it right to your heart, force you into turnovers. Your offense isn't going great, and that recipe is one that hurts a lot of teams, but it's one that has been a killer for Carolina. So they've got to be able to get this taste out of their mouth. They've got to go back to practice. They've got to figure out how to take small bites instead of just thinking that they can chew on the whole problem. They've got to take small bites on this, and that's where tonight got them into trouble because even before the entire game unraveled, Carolina was trying to answer it with three-point shot after three-point shot after three-point shot. And if you're a three-point shooter, you think you can do that, and that's great to have confidence. The problem is that statistically you cannot make up those big deficits just by shooting three-pointers. You've got to rely upon chipping away, and you've got to have your defense tuned up. And the defense tonight, make no mistake, that was maybe the most glaring error for Carolina, was that they did not have the defense to accompany the offensive effort.
30 of Carolina's 65 field goal attempts were three-pointers. Miami, meanwhile, 46% shooting from the floor. We'll dive deeper into those numbers after a timeout. Eric, safe travels back to Chapel Hill, and we'll talk again this weekend when the Tar Heels make the short trek down Interstate 40 to Winston-Salem.
Okay, we'll talk to you then. Thanks, Dave.
All right. Eric Montross, he was on the call with Jones tonight in Coral Gables, the site of Miami's 85-57 win over Carolina. After the break, we'll again run through those numbers, but before we take our next timeout, the Tar Heels were 7 of 11 from the free throw line. That means another 700 meals were donated to a local area food bank through Food Line Feeds. Score to give more. Food Line is the official grocer of the ACC. The Canes beat the Heels 85-57. We're back for more of the Coke Zero postgame report after this from Learfield.
Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching The Grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays. Unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City. You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show. Ford, the 2021 Ford F-150, a tradition of toughness. Visit your Carolina Ford dealer today. This is the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show.
Hey, Carolina fans, StubHub is the easiest way to experience every Tar Heels game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, and get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the North Carolina Tar Heels. StubHub, be there. We're here on the Coke Zero post-game report, awaiting comments from Coach Davis in the Continental Tire Coaches Corner. This after Miami thumps Carolina 85-57. That's your final score. The Canes improved to 6-1, tops in the ACC. Carolina falls to 4-2. And should Duke lose tonight at Florida State, that means every team in the league would have at least 2 losses, save for Miami. So although this one certainly didn't go the way that Carolina and the Tar Heel fans wanted it to, there is still a lot of ACC basketball left to play this year, and Carolina is still in the upper tier of the ACC standings. We'll run through those numbers a little bit later. Right now, let's get into the box score here as Carolina falls 85-57, shoots 33.8% from the floor. That's the worst field goal percentage this year for Carolina. The Tar Heels 6 of 30 from three-point land. That's just 20%. And as we mentioned, 7 of 11 at the stripe. Carolina did out-rebound Miami 45-39, but turned it over 14 times to the Canes 4. In the scoring column, Armando Bacot was the only Tar Heel in double figures. He had 15 to go with 12 rebounds, so it's another double-double for Armando. It's the 14th time he's been in double figures this season, and it's the 13th double-double that he's had here in his junior campaign. R.J. Davis, 1 point shy of double figures with 9 on 3 of 10 shooting. Did have 5 rebounds, but 4 turnovers in 29 minutes of play. 5 points for Caleb Love. He was just 2 of 12 from the floor in 30 minutes of action. Brady Manick had 7, as did Dontre Styles off the bench. DeMarco Dunn had 4. Dawson Garcia back in the scoring column for the first time in a while with 3. Justin McCoy had 2 to go with 4 rebounds and 3 assists. And Kerwin Walton with 5 points in 19 minutes of action. Puff Johnson, Leaky Black played, but neither scored. Miami, as we said earlier with Eric, had this one really balanced between Wong, Wardenberg, and McGusty. Those 3 go for 20 or more. Wong was 9 of 18 from the floor, 5 of 8 from three-point land, 25 points to lead all scores, 8 rebounds in 35 minutes. Wardenberg had 21 on 7 of 9 shooting from the floor. He was 5 of 6 from three-point land, only played 24 minutes. And then Cam McGusty, 7 of 15 shooting, only 1 of 5 from three-point land, but 20 points, 10 boards, 4 assists, and helping Miami to an 85-57 win tonight over Carolina. The Tar Heels score their fewest points in a half. That was 22 in the first half. Score their fewest points in a game after scoring 69 against Kentucky last month. 57 now the new low this season for Carolina. And again, that 27-point halftime deficit, the biggest that the Tar Heels had faced since 2010. And this one ends up a 28-point defeat after Miami outscores Carolina 36-35 in the game's final 20 minutes. Some other team numbers to take a look at. In second chance opportunities, it was 11-all. Bench points, Carolina outscores Miami 21-10. Points in the paint, Carolina 30, Miami 24. Certainly not Miami's game to play inside, but they got it done from the outside, connecting on 13 of 28 threes. That's 46.5%. 14 of 22 at the stripe, which is 63.5%, we'll call it. And again, took great care of the basketball, turning it over just 4 times. Fast break points, Miami 13, Carolina 4. The Canes had 10 steals and 16 assists on those 29 made baskets. So most of the numbers, as you would imagine, slanted in favor of the Canes, who did a number on Carolina tonight in Coral Gables, winning 85-57. Miami has now won 10 out of 11 and bounces back after their last loss against Florida State in their previous game. The Noles have won now 8 in a row over Miami. The Canes get their only double-figure win of the season in the ACC tonight against Carolina. Their previous biggest margin of victory was 8. And so strange as it seems, the Canes had been really playing with fire and winning so many close games and being out-rebounded, not defending the three well, not defending really at all very well. But everything went right for Miami, and this one went wrong for Carolina in a hurry. 85-57. Time to step aside again as we continue to wait on Jones and Coach Davis in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Before our next time out, do you own or rent your home? Well, sure you do. Fortunately, Geico makes it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. It's a good thing, too, because having a home is hard work. Go to geico.com, get a quote, and see how much you could save. Geico.com, easy. Nothing easy about tonight's game for Carolina. The Tar Heels fall at Miami, 85-57 from Learfield.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
If you want the nation's best auto insurer, look no further than North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Rated #1 in Crash Network's Insurer Report Card, we're the only insurer in the nation to receive an A+ rating from auto body shops in 2020 and 2021. Our philosophy is simple. Be fair, be quick, be the best. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
Pour it your way with a bold, smooth espresso drink from Dunkin'. For a limited time, DD Perks members can enjoy a medium creamy latte or a rich foam top cappuccino for $3. Made with freshly brewed espresso, they're the perfect way to conquer the day. So swing by Dunkin' and grab a $3 medium hot or iced latte or cappuccino, exclusively for DD Perks members. Not a member? Join on the Dunkin' app today. America runs on Dunkin'. Exclusions, additional charges, and terms may apply. Participation may vary.
UNC Tar Heels basketball is on Valley Sports South, your home for ACC hoops.
Score the basket.
Be sure to catch some of the biggest ACC matchups of the season live as the Tar Heels clash with the best of the best in the ACC and across the country. From Tobacco Road and beyond, UNC hoops action on Valley Sports is nothing but net. On target. Watch or stream live on Valley Sports South and the Valley Sports app, your home for ACC basketball.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
For 25 years, Top of the Hill Restaurant Brewery has been a pre- and post-game tradition. Handcrafted beer, great food and atmosphere where Tar Heels come to celebrate. Unfortunately, not a lot of celebrating going on tonight for Carolina. The Tar Heels fall at Miami 85-57. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Coke Zero Sugar post-game report. And our reports tell us that we are getting closer and closer to hearing from Coach Davis in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner before the Tar Heels pack up and head back to Chapel Hill. Again, the upcoming schedule, anything but easy right now for the Tar Heels. I know the ACC has taken some lumps in terms of how it's perceived across the country, but right now the Tar Heels go from playing the best team in the ACC, Miami, on the road, to going to Winston-Salem, where the Demon Deacons, to this point in the year, have amassed a 4-3 mark. And then it's a Saturday-Monday turnaround. Virginia Tech comes to Chapel Hill to make up that game that was postponed from back in December. Then it's Boston College and NC State at home, which wraps up the month of January before the Heels go to Louisville in February, welcome Duke to the Smith Center, and then it's a trip to Clemson, followed by Florida State's arrival to Chapel Hill, and that is essentially the next month of the season for Carolina, and you get the sense there's not a lot of easy outs, although you still get the sense Carolina should still be competing to be in the upper tier of the ACC standings, no matter how ugly or difficult tonight's game might have been, in falling to Miami 85-57. It's the most lopsided defeat to Miami in Carolina basketball history. The previous worst loss was 87-61 back on February 9th, 2013 in Coral Gables. That was a 26-point defeat. This was a 28-point defeat, the 11th worst loss to an ACC opponent in Carolina basketball history, and that goes back a while. So we'll see if Carolina can get back on the winning track on Saturday at Wake against Steve Forbes and company in their next game. Again, this is the Coke Zero Sugar post-game report. We are still awaiting comments from Coach Davis in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner as Carolina falls to 12-5 overall on the season and 4-2 in the ACC. So, again, with Duke and Florida State on the floor right now, along with Clemson and Syracuse, the standings currently look like this. Miami atop the pile at 6-1, Duke 4-1. Those are the only two teams that haven't lost more than a game so far in the league. Carolina, Florida State, Notre Dame, all 4-2, currently tied for third place. But again, with Duke and Florida State facing off against each other right now, that is bound to change before the end of the night. Louisville, Wake, and Virginia, all with identical 4-3 records. Everybody else is below 500. Boston College is 2-3. Pittsburgh, Clemson, and Syracuse are 2-4. Clemson and Syracuse, by the way, also matching up tonight. NC State's at 2-5. Virginia Tech is 1-4, and Georgia Tech is 1-5. So those are your up-to-the-minute ACC standings, with Carolina falling tonight to Miami 85-57. A quick note here from our friends at iTicket Law, as the Tar Heels, again, had a tough go of it defending Miami tonight. But fans, if you find yourself in need of legal defense for a traffic violation, iTicket.law can be hired to defend you 24 hours a day. Born in Chapel Hill with local traffic attorneys statewide, visit iTicket.law to learn more. As we get ready to learn more from Hubert Davis and Jones in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, again, stay tuned for that. We've still got a look at updated scores on the North Carolina Farm Bureau's scoreboard. We've got our Coke Zero Sugar play of the game and more to delve into as the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report continues in a moment. A quick timeout, and I believe after the break we should make contact with Jones and Coach Davis in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. The Tar Heels fall, and fall hard tonight in South Florida, 85-57. Miami beats Carolina from Learfield.
North Carolina.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Plus, you're supporting local communities by empowering tomorrow's leaders. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching The Grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays. Unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. On Saturdays, your team needs you. Your sofa needs you. And you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Victory tonight over Carolina. I think we're finally ready to hear from Coach Davis in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, so let's send things into the locker room. Jones is standing by with the Tar Heels' first-year head coach.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, long night certainly for the Tar Heels and Coral Gables. Miami wins at 85-57. I'm with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Hubert Davis. Coach, tough night from the very beginning. It seemed like what was Miami doing that gave you guys so much trouble this evening?
Well, Miami's a very good basketball team. You know, they're in first place because they're a good basketball team. On the defensive end, they do a really good job. They're active. They get steals and deflections, and they were able to turn the ball over for us 14 times. And when you turn the ball over, they're so good and gifted, they're able to convert. And so they scored 30 points off of our 14 turnovers. That's almost every time we turned the ball over, they scored. Offensively, we couldn't get into a rhythm, because of their pressure on the defensive end. We couldn't get into our sets. We couldn't get the ball where we wanted to. We wanted to attack the paint through post and penetration, and that was an emphasis for us the last couple days in preparation to Miami. And we came out and we shot, I think the first 5 shots were 3-pointers, and we only made 1, and that was from Brady Manick. And defensively, we just didn't have the mindset and the toughness that you have to have in order to win games on the road, and the toughness to be able to play against good teams like Miami.
There have been a couple times where things have gone really wrong in a game this year. How do you start to get those kind of things turned around, you think?
That's a great question. I'm shocked. I'm disappointed that we're here again. That after everything that we've been through in this team and understanding what it takes to put ourselves in a position to win basketball games with first place on the line. There's something on the line here. I talked to them about this. I talked to them and said, first place is on the line here. This has meaning. And for us to come out with a lack of energy and a lack of toughness is very shocking.
Coach, last thing, just do you know anything about Armando? Took that fall late. Is he doing okay?
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit sore. He was trying to block a shot, and he fell a little bit on his elbow and a little bit on his hip bone, and so he'll be sore tomorrow. But there wasn't. He was hurt. There was nothing like an injury, and so I expect Armando to be 100% later this week when we play Wake Forest on Saturday.
Coach, thank you for your time.
All right, thanks a lot, Jones. Appreciate it.
And that, again, is the Continental Tire Coaches Corner with Jones and Coach Davis following Miami's 85-57 win tonight over Carolina. We've still got our play of the game to get to, as well as a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, a couple of ACC games going deep into the night, and those 9 o'clock games inside the top 25 are also underway. So we'll run through all of that before our time expires here on the Coke Zero Sugar post-game report. Difficult night for the Tar Heels on the road once again. Carolina falls to 3-5 away from the Smith Center. Those are road and neutral site games. Again, there's been some pretty tough competition that the Tar Heels have faced, but a buzzsaw tonight in Miami takes apart the Tar Heels 85-57 from Lear Field.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Get crackin' and feel unbeatable with new omelet bites from Dunkin'. Bacon and cheddar or egg white and veggie, made with cage-free eggs and packed with protein, so you can get out there and do whatever it is you need to do. Whether it's sending an email, walking your dog, or doing both at the same time while dropping your kid off at school. Take on today with new omelet bites from Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'. Participation may vary. Limited time offer.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also, come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
Basketball has been brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. With zero sugar and now even more delicious. Is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. This is the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show.
The LS difference is about redefining what comes standard. LS Tractor gives you more standard features, more performance, more warranty, and more satisfaction for less money. Learn how you can experience the LS difference and do more for less by visiting lstractorusa.com to find a dealer near you. It's a final from Miami. The Canes beat the Tar Heels 85-57, but the LS Tractor difference-making player of the game still for Carolina, Armando Bacot. 15 points, 12 rebounds, another double-double, which those numbers are becoming more and more routine for Carolina's big man as the season wears on. He took that nasty spill in the second half. You might have just heard Coach Davis say that he's going to be okay. Should be good to go for the Saturday game in Winston against Wake Forest, but that was a scary-looking fall, certainly with the way that Bacot responded, but able to get himself up off the floor after a while. Sat the rest of this one out, but 6 of 9 shooting from the floor, 3 of 4 from the stripe. 15 points, 12 rebounds in total in 27 minutes of play. Armando Bacot is our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. With that, how about the Coca-Cola Zero Sugar play of the game? Let's take a walk back in time and listen to a big bucket here from a Tar Heel newcomer.
Manick, now Garcia, hands off to Love. Drives right of the lane, kicks it in the corner right to Styles. Good look at three, and he knocks it in.
That's our Coca-Cola Zero Sugar play of the game. Coca-Cola with zero sugar, and now even more delicious is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. So that three-pointer by Dontrez Styles helps him to one of his better Carolina performances with 7 points. For Styles, that's a new career high. Previously, he had 4 at Boston College back on the 2nd of January. He finishes with 7. DeMarco Dunn, the other true freshman for Carolina, has 4, 2 off his career high, also at Boston College a couple of weeks ago. Our final score reads Miami 85, Carolina 57. We'll step aside one more time and come back with one last look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Duke and Florida State nearing the halftime break. Clemson and Syracuse also on the floor, in addition to several top 25 games. We'll run through all that when we return to wrap things up. The Canes beat the Heels 85-57 from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12.
Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Tanya Novakowski of Rose Hill Magnolia Elementary School in Rose Hill. Her project, Farming with Farms, is sponsored by 4 County Electric Membership Cooperation based in Burgop.
If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcast rights granted by the University of North Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of North Carolina and Learfield.
Welcome back to the Carolina Ford Dealers wrap-up show. Visit your Carolina Ford dealer, proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Tough night for Hubert Davis's team on the road at Miami, falling 85-57 to the Canes, who, again, are atop the ACC standings right now at 6-1. Miami, after starting 4-3, has won 10 out of 11, and at one stretch, up until the Florida State game previous to tonight, had won 9 in a row. So the Canes, as hot and maybe as good as anybody in the ACC. This after Miami was picked to finish 12th in the preseason media poll. Miami's looking more and more for real. While all not lost for Carolina, still at 4-2 among the top few teams in the ACC right now. Florida State, Notre Dame also with 4-2 records. Duke is 4-1. And speaking of Duke and Florida State, let's take a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard one last time. Helping you is what they do best. In Tallahassee tonight, 4:02 left to play in the first half. FSU 29, Duke 28. So a tight ball game as you would expect heading towards halftime. Meanwhile, with just a couple of seconds to go before the break, up at Syracuse, the Orange up on Clemson 40-39. Those are the only other two ACC games tonight on the schedule. Over to the top 25, 2:04 left to play in the first half. From Nashville, Vanderbilt leading Tennessee 28-27. Former Tar Heel Jerry Stackhouse leading the Commodores so far to a 10-6 record and 2-2 in the SEC. Rick Barnes and company at Tennessee. Of course, Tar Heel fans remember that matchup all too well. Unfortunately, back in November, 11-5 right now and 2-3 in the SEC. A few other finals to report. Number 7, Kansas knocks off Oklahoma 67-64. Ohio State with the 83-37 win against IUPUI. Butler falls to number 25 UConn 76-59. Baylor a winner at West Virginia 77-68. A few other games underway. This one nearing a conclusion. Number 10 Houston 65, South Florida 49. 3.5 minutes to play in the second half. Under 2 to go in the game. Number 22 Loyola Chicago 71, Evansville 46. And in the Big 12, just out of the locker room to begin the second half, Texas, ranked number 23 in this week's poll, leads Kansas State 37-31. Wisconsin and Northwestern at the half, with the Badgers leading 41-35. And Iowa State leading Texas Tech 23-22, just in front of the halftime break. That'll wrap up our final look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Again, Miami jumps out to a 27-point halftime lead on Carolina, 49-22, and coasts to an 85-57 win tonight in Coral Gables, and that'll put a bow here on the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report. Our broadcast produced, as always, by Tar Heel Sports Properties, a property of Learfield. Our general manager is Chuck Schrader, network manager Phil Brame, Paul Roper's the network coordinator. Our thanks to Chief Network Engineer Ben Alexander, John Essick back in the studio, and Jody Zorg to provide